Alright, we're live! Oh, oops, I just realized the chat box is not on. There you go. Hello, 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 welcome. It's time for Ace Attorney once again. Oh, hi Chris Crystally, how are you doing? Hello, hello, welcome. I'm a little sleepy, but I'm doing alright. Pretty good, Budboard. Alright, well, maybe we can unbore you with Ace Attorney. Maybe. We are finishing. Oh, it's part 3. Oh, I thought we were. Oops. I thought we were doing part 4. Alright, I guess we'll see. Oh, hello, Citrix Gaming. Hello, hello. I thought we were doing part 4. Hold on, let me check. Let me check. Oh no! No, hold on. No! Let me go back. No! Alright, hold on. I messed it all up. Okay, I think I gotta do load game. Okay, yeah, this is where we were. I guess we're in part 3. I thought we were in part 4, but I guess we're part 3. Your cat's scratching your carpet again. Oh no. Is it gonna mess up the carpet? I hope not. Alright, let me remember where we were last time. Alright, so I think the last time in this game... Not really? Okay, good. Sometimes I know we had a cat that kind of destroyed our couch, but the carpet I don't know. Alright, so last time what happened is that we said there was some like connection between the coroner lady and in this case. So we're gonna see like what happens. Alright, let's go. I've got my water. I have tea today, but it is not it's not hot tea. It is mugi cha, which is a cold tea that we make with barley. Oh, hello 100 Mile Runner. Oh, thank you so much for the redeem, Chris Crystally. Yeah, hi 100 Mile Runner, how you doing? How's the corn? I saw that it's coming along. I look forward to pictures. Oh, also there's a new version of the software for Sparky, and supposedly the developer has eliminated the duplicate problem that was happening. So yeah, I think that should be fixed as well, which is great. The knight errant himself. Oh, have you been watching from the gallery, Mr. Sholmes? I've been on the edge of my seat the entire time. Courtroom trials are fascinating affairs, as a spectator, at least. Good so far. We get trampled by deer again. No! Oh, the deer are relentless. They blew down our tent fence, but didn't actually do much to the foliage. Oh, that's good at least. They didn't eat the corn. I'm glad you've been enjoying yourself. Alright, here's Professor Hairbrain. I have to ask. What on earth is going on? It makes no sense. What's this professor business all about? He doesn't look like any professor I've ever met before. Who even is he? Of course. You were in Germany already 10 years ago. Yes, the professor. When I discovered he was the one who had been abducted, a sense of foreboding stirred within me. But who knew the monster would come knocking at your door? My heartfelt sympathies. As it turns out, Lord Van Zieks is even more intimately tied to this case than any of us realized, isn't he? Oh yay! Oh, you sent the email to get the reservation. I hope so too. You'll really have to let me know how it turns out, one way or the other. But hopefully you get in. Yay! Yeah, I recommend that place for sure. It should be good. I've had a couple friends go and they really enjoyed it as well, so It says by phone 7 days out. Oh, okay, okay. Before they let me reserve earlier, but maybe... So you have to call from the Philippines? Oh no, I should be okay. Oh, before I did it through email, but I guess he must have changed the reservation process. Yeah, hopefully you can get in. Hopefully. You can try, yeah. But maybe he changed the way they did it because it's been a few years since I've been. But at worst, he'll confirm that it's 7 days. You have to call later. Maybe. Good luck, good luck. Yeah, but yeah, let me know. Yes, how true. His great friend from university in the dock. I still don't quite understand what's going on with this case. Like, why is Van Zieks like prosecuting his old friend? It's very sus. And now a waxwork of the killer who took his esteemed brother's life makes an appearance too. I imagine even the shrewd Mr. Reaper failed to foresee that kick in the teeth. An extraordinary move on your part, my dear fellow, to throw that in front of the man. You make it sound deliberate. Oh yeah, last time in this case we uncovered that there was a waxwork as the fake that got like dropped from the balloon, and then the body was swapped. Hi Q underscore. Hello, how are you doing? Hey. Covered Alejandro. Because he wants to make sure his friend gets a fair trial. But if he wants to make sure his friend gets a fair trial, then you think he would be the defender for his friend and not the prosecutor? I mean, unless he wants to go like soft on his friend and make sure... I don't know. It just seems a little weird to be the prosecutor in your friend's defense trial. I'm doing well. Yeah, I went out last night with a friend who is leaving Japan. No, so sad. So I was out late, but it was fun. And I slept in late today, so that was good. When my legs are tired from dancing. It was a nice night out though. The weather's a little better. Hello Erlingshin. Oh no.
Hunger by Knut Hamsun is a haunting journey through the mind of a struggling writer. Just like a cornstalk yearning for nourishment, the protagonist battles hunger and isolation while striving for success.
Wow.
It explores the depths of human desperation and the relentless pursuit of sustenance.
How was that? I feel like Sparky got a little bit lazy with the relevance to corn in there, but I'll take it. Yeah, to show your integrity, you have to prosecute your friend, right? Pretty on point. That's good. You make it sound deliberate. I can't help feeling that this professor case is really very puzzling.
Oh yes? In what particular manner?
Well, there's Mr. Drebber, Dr. Scythe, and Lord Van Zieks.
Nope, to remove all doubts that remain.
It seems that everybody in the trial has a link to the case somehow. Yes, in fact, I, alone, am not a member of the set.
Of course, 100 miles _RUNR. Here's a corn fact for you. Did you know that corn, also known as maize, is one of the oldest cultivated crops in the world? It has been grown for thousands of years and has played a crucial role in the diets and cultures of many civilizations. Pretty fascinating, huh?
That is true. Though that leaves me as an empty set, all alone with no intersection to another.
That was a pretty basic corn fact, I feel like. Excuse me. Oh, who is this?
Boop, boop, boop.
Oh no! Boop, boop, boop. You gotta boop, boop, boop. Dr. Scythe.
Ooh, she's here. Ah, Courtney Scythe, nay, Stevens. Good day to you.
Censored by Big
Ask where did corn originate?
Oh, also when you do the redeems, you don't have to use the ask or talk. you can just write the question and it's good. The ask and talk commands are for like subs can use that command to just ask directly instead of using the redeem.
Hello, Sholmes. That was very shrewd of you. What in particular, pray? You requested the 10-year-old autopsy report from Gregson, didn't you? Why would you assume such a thing? Because Gregson told me. To think it's been 10 years. 10 years in the laboratory, while wielding my scalpel. I smell of nothing but corpses and disinfectant.
You. A policeman on the jury had a lot to say about you as it happens, Dr. Scythe. And I've accused you of being complicit in what happened. I'm hoping that you'll take the stand and tell the truth about what really happened.
That certainly won't be possible. Lord Van Zieks won't be summoning me as a witness. Lord Strongheart has forbidden it.
Lord Strongheart?
The Pandora's box you were warned about is the Professor case.
Oh yeah, we want to know who the serial killer is that's been killing all of the family members of the elite.
But please don't make the mistake of thinking you'll get any information about it out of me.
But attempting to hide from the truth, that's cowardice.
I've always fought crime in the way that I see fit. I have no regrets. None at all. Ooh. And that's all I came here to say. So, good day to you.
Wow, okay, so we're not gonna get to interview her.
Uh-oh. She mentioned it too. This Pandora's box.
Whatever does it all mean?
There's really no cause for concern. I assure you, when the trial resumes, the meaning will become all too apparent, whether you'd like it to or not. Now then, I believe it's almost time. I must make my way back to the public gallery. The edge of my seat awaits.
I think maybe you're enjoying yourself a little too much.
Ah yes, one word of warning before I go. If, in the course of the trial this afternoon, you perceive even a shadow of doubt about the truth, don't let it out of your sight. Pursue it like a dog with a bone. Yeah. That's right. I'm gonna become dramatic fake English person. To the bitter end, you understand. Do not falter. Whatever may come to pass. I'm getting a lot of practice with the accent, at least. All right, I understand. Thank you. You feel British daily for some reason. I feel extra British today because I ordered some Marmite and it came and I had Marmite and butter on English muffins earlier.
Who developed Dent Corn?
Dent corn? What? Oh no. Oh, I think you have to use the other one. There's the other redeem for Talk with Sparky. That's the one. The TTS is just the chat part. Or just the make Sparky say something. Marmite is pretty nice, right? I like it. I like Marmite more than I like Vegemite. Vegemite's fine, but I think Marmite is the better spread. No, it's okay. No worries. Good. I shall make myself scarce then.
Boop, boop, boop.
Oh no, you got boop, boop, boop. That means Sparky censored something in the response. It does that sometimes. You'll have to try again, sorry. I purchased a bar of caramel earlier, so I shall be gnawing on that as you gnaw away at the
Boop,
truth.
boop.
Oh no, infinite boop.
Why did that warning from Mr. Sholmes really mean, I wonder? Especially the bit about whatever may come to pass. I don't feel particularly British other than my love for Marmite. It's time for the final chapter then. I'm determined to find the truth. Alright, everything's gonna come together. Woohoo! And after this, I think there's 1 or 2 more cases. 2 more cases, I think, left in this whole series. We're getting there slowly. Alright. Let's go! Okay, but this must be part 4 then. Alright, 24th of October, 12:40 p.m., the Old Bailey courtroom. Let's go! I have some of my tea. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby reconvene the proceedings of this court. Counsels for the defense and prosecution, are you ready and able to continue? The prosecution is ready, my lord. Oh, well after this, I actually have all of the first, like, 3 Ace Attorney games, so we can do those. I haven't played them yet, so I'll do those after this. That'll be my next Sunday thing, I think. That's the plan, anyway. Oh, wait. The mic was on the wrong setting. I think the mic should be better now. Alright. Sorry about that. Yeah. It's which one is it? Let me look at the games. It is Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Trilogy. Yeah, I bought that, so we can do those after this one. Yes, my lord. The defense is also ready. As the court is aware, the case under our scrutiny began with a damaging incident at the Great Exhibition. Yet, we now find ourselves embroiled in the details of a convicted felon who was sent to the gallows a decade ago. Since you're having nostalgia week, you should explore re-explore Ace Attorney. Yeah! Do it. This trial has certainly defied all expectation, as it seems to be the fate of all trials in which this Nipponese is involved, my lord. We still have to find out what's his relation to Professor Mikotoba and why does he hold a grudge against Japanese people. There's so much going on. So then, let us begin our exploration of the defense's assertion that the waxwork was cardinally involved in this matter. Lord Van Zieks. My lord? Are we still awaiting the arrival of Madame Tuspels? Not at all. She's in the antechamber as we speak, and ready to be summoned. Alright. Very well. Bring in the witness. At once, my lord. Bailiff, show Madame Tuspels to the stand. Alright, let me get out my paper, just so I know how many broken glasses and broken bottles we have, just in case he starts getting rowdy again. Current count, by the way, is 3 broken glasses.
Yellow Dent was developed by Illinois farmer James L. Reed.
Ooh.
Reed and his father, Robert Reed, in 1846.
Robert Reed.
Dent corn, also known as grain corn.
Ah, interesting. That is a corn fact I did not know. Things are about to become a lot more intense. Yeah. Because we're gonna get more corn facts. If Drebber's responsible, as I'm sure he is, it means he must have had an accomplice in Dr. Side. And what connects the pair of them is the waxwork. Yes, the model of the professor. That's the key to the link between these otherwise unrelated individuals. It's a tenuous link, admittedly, but at present it's all we have to go on. Alright, let's see. Wow, she's at work even when she's not at work. Wow. Oh,
Sure.
okay.
Here's
That's
a
the normal
tasty
corn.
way to enjoy corn in Morse code. dash 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 dot dash dash dot slash dash dot 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 dash dash dash
Oh,
dot dash dash
no.
slash dot dash dash dot dash dash dot dash dash slash dash dot 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 dash dot 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 dash dot slash
Oh,
dash
no.
dot dash 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 dot dot
Oh,
dash
my
dot
God.
dash dot slash dot dash dash dot dash dash dot dash dash slash dot
That
dash
wasn't
dash
that
dot dash
brief.
dash dash dot dash 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 dot dot dot
Bad
dot slash
Sparky,
dot
and she
dash
didn't
dash
use
dot dash
boop
dash
or
dot dash
beeps.
dash slash dot dash dash dot 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 dash dot dash dash
I mean,
dot
although it's
quote.
probably faster. My goodness. Alright. Thanks for that.
State your name and occupation for the court, please.
My name is Madame Esperanza Tespels. I'm a waxwork artisan and the proprietress of the Madame Tespels Museum of Waxwork. You'll have to pardon me for working as I testify. My new exhibit must open very soon.
She's a sexy witch, that's what I decided. For her voice. You can't get over. No, that was the worst. Oh, so he finally gets a statue, does he? Now there are 2 of them in the world.
Oh my, what expression is she carving onto that face?
Ooh. Who is this? Who's the masked man? We know who it is.
A number of days ago, a particular waxwork model was stolen from your museum. Can you confirm this?
Oui, that is true.
At first,
Boop boop boop.
No! Why does she keep getting boop boop boop? She is French. Yeah, I know. I don't think I can do a French accent. I can try. It's a little difficult. I'm not an accent professional.
At first, we believed it had been kidnapped.
We could try French. Okay. Big hat witch lady is the best energy. I can try for a sexy French witch.
a waxwork model kidnapped.
Yes, my lord. There was a demand for ransom money left behind by the culprit. However, according to what I have just been told outside the courtroom, that was not the true reason. I understand it was utilized as a substitute for the body of a murder victim.
This is the best I can do.
At present, that is no more than conjecture proposed by the defense. This is the victim of the case in question, Mr. Odie Osman.
But of course, I know him well. He is a part of my odious personages exhibit. I detest to say what is evident, but Mr. Osman does not resemble the professor at all.
Yes, but perhaps their faces are very similar.
Are you suggesting that we should see now the demasked visage of the professor? I have here the key, but it is strictly forbidden to open the lock.
This is absurd.
Pardon?
I don't know what face you've carved onto your fancy figure beneath that mask. But clearly, it won't be that of the actual killer.
Indeed. Wait, does she know though? The man's identity was never made public, after all.
The trial took place in a closed court. The proceedings were strictly confidential. The condemned man was summarily executed. His identity remains a closely guarded national secret. There's no possible way that a repository of tawdry exhibits could get its hands on that information.
Quel dommage. It would seem you are unaware of the Tospel's principles.
What principles?
The family Tospels has always prided itself on sculpting its models à la perfection. Every detail, including the visage, is fashioned with complete fidelity. Et voilà our principle. There is a well-known legend about the Tespels waxworks from the time of the French Revolution. A member of the Tespels family is said to have made a waxwork of the queen who was executed.
Oui, that is true. It was a century ago now.
I believe the queen's face was carved in the minutes following her death, actually at the guillotine site.
You are correct. The model is on display still today in the House of Horrors. Hi, Rise Eric. I'm doing my best to do a French lady accent now. Basically, what happened is the coroner came and said she's not going to testify, and then she left. So now we're like investigating the I sound like every French colleague of yours speaking English. Okay, that's good, that's good. I'm doing a good job then. Bonjour. Bonjour. I studied French for a little bit, but I'm terrible at it, so... Including the Belgians. Yeah, I've never really tried doing a French accent before, so... We Tespels will stop at nothing to obtain a faithful replica of our subjects. Dear me, a somewhat disturbing tenacity of purpose. It is the only way to obtain a truly lifelike representation of this subject. And it has been my family secret for generations. Do you mean to say that beneath the mask? It sounds decent so far. Thanks. Yeah, I make no promises to the quality of my accent work. I'm an amateur only. Oui, the true visage of the killer is there.
This is ludicrous. It's out of the question.
The professor spread terror throughout Great Britain. Oh, that's too much, I think. As a result, the Madame Tussauds special exhibit remains extremely popular, even today. The killer, emerging from his own grave, is a sight to behold. You should come. French Mio is something I didn't expect to hear. I didn't expect it either.
I think, madam, it would be beneficial to hear your formal testimony on this matter. You will explain every detail of this macabre model and your personal involvement in its creation.
With pleasure. Alright, let's go. The official... Today I wanted to eat a croissant. Croissant! I actually prefer pain chocolat. Wait, but I think they call it something else, right? Isn't there like an argument between different parts of France? Like some people call it pain chocolat and some people call it something else. I can't remember. There's like some chocolatine, that's right. That's right, chocolatine and pain chocolat. There's that argument. I think Parisians call it, Parisians call it pain chocolat, right? But then people in another part that I can't remember, pain au chocolat. Ah, okay. That is the correct way, yeah. North is pain au chocolat. South is chocolatine. Ah, all right. Yeah. I knew about this this rivalry between the two. French meal is simply known as moi. I like that. Either way, I think they're both delicious. The special exhibit in the House of Horrors is based on a rumor that shocked society in London. An impression of the visage was taken directly from the corpse, in accordance with Tuspel's family principles. I enlisted the aid of the gravedigger and created a mold for the head in the cemetery, just before the interment. I hid myself until he gave me a signal. I was there for a very long time that night. As dawn approached, I was very worried that I could be discovered. Alright.
The gravedigger. The man sanctioned this. Oui, I will do all that is necessary to achieve the true resemblance my family is celebrated for. Nobody else knew, only the grave digger. What harm did you do, huh? So, you truly saw it. The face of that monster. Naturally, I was aware at the time that his identity was a secret. But two spells would not be two spells if we did not insist on absolute fidelity to our sculptures. I don't believe this. I myself have seen the special exhibit at your museum, madame. A truly blood-curdling scene in which the murderer is emerging from his own grave. The scene it depicts was the subject of many rumors in London 10 years ago. I have here a newspaper from the time. I'm struggling a little bit. I'm doing my best. This special exhibit was based upon the picture in this article. It was a most detailed account of what happened, as reported by the eyewitness who saw it.
Alright, the 10-year-old article, a newspaper article recounting the tale of an eyewitness to the alleged resurrection of the professor from his grave on the night of his execution. Alright, we're gonna have to check that out.
Man rises from the grave. It's too absurd for words.
The public enjoy absurdity, monsieur. That is why I have reproduced the scene as carefully as possible in my museum. And it's a waxwork from that exhibit that was stolen some days before the incident at the Great Exhibition, wasn't it? That is correct. The professor you see before you here.
Most puzzling. Counsel for the defense, proceed with the cross-examination.
This waxwork links Drebber to Dr. Scythe. Oh yeah, Drebber's the crazy robot guy. I don't know if he's like actually a robot or what, but maybe we'll find that out as well. And there has to be some reason for that, which hasn't yet come to light. But I'll find it. I'll get to the bottom of what really happened. You've never seen him before. Oh, he's the guy with like the crazy like white hair and he moves like a robot, and I gave him just like straight up robot voice. I'll prove that Dr. Scythe and Drebber were in on this crime together. Alright. First, let's look at that article. I'm gonna check that out. Article time. Alright, hold on. Court record it is. Let's look at the article. Here it is. Alright. Yeah, this is the only one we haven't seen yet. Alright, Mr. Drebber's dreadful encounter. Looks like the drawing was done by Odie Asman. That's interesting. Interesting. So, if he drew that, how is that related to this case? Oh, and this is Drebber before his hair turned white. Supposedly, his hair turned all white on this day. So, alright, the clue here is it says like Odie Asman, I think so. I'll have to keep that in mind for the future. Alright, the Professor Waxwork. Time for the cross-examination. Let's go. Alright, so we're just gonna press on everything like usual. Alright, the special exhibit in the House of Horrors is based on a rumor that shocked society in London. Okay, let's go. And that rumor would be a 10-year-old tale now, but one that no Londoner would ever forget. Alright, I know just what you're talking about, I think. Of course, it can be anything else.
Yes, that story will never disappear.
Yeah, pressing is helpful. You can always getting more information is good, I think, so I always do pressing first.
The tale of the condemned killer rising from the dead. That is the central attraction of my House of Horrors. The rumor was whispered all over the city, and it was like this. It was in Lowgate Cemetery, behind the prison, in the dead of night after the execution of the killer.
Oh no. More than Irish Mio.
The interred professor slid back into the stone slab covering his tomb and emerged from his grave. A young man who witnessed this felt a scream welling up inside him. But an instant later, he heard an ear-splitting gunshot from over his shoulder. The bullet struck the emerging corpse, and he fell motionless once more. The scream finally found its way from the mouth of the young witness, who turned and ran for his life. Ah, was he not actually dead?
The corpse climbed out of his own grave?
And then somebody shot him? Who was it?
Nobody knows, even today. But remember, it was just a rumor, perhaps nothing more than a ghost story. The good people of London, they love stories like this. That is why it was in every newspaper across the capital. But it was just a story.
Or was it?
I mean, this is exactly the scene that can be seen today at your museum, isn't it? Oui, this special exhibit was modeled on that very illustration. For a while afterwards, the contents of that article were reproduced in every newspaper imaginable.
Madame, might I say something?
Please go ahead, mademoiselle.
When something is described as a rumor, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's entirely made up. I believe that often rumors contain elements of the truth.
Ah, I see that people from the East can be just as astute as the peoples of Europe.
Can we be sure, for instance, that the professor's execution was successful?
It is not possible for the dead to come back to life. Sorry? 10 years ago, I was there in Lowgate Cemetery. After the criminal known as the professor was killed by hanging, I took a wax impression of his visage from the corpse just before it was interred. I feel like I'm gonna sneeze. Hold on a second, hold on. Oh, maybe it's passing. Maybe. Okay. Oh, I really thought I was gonna sneeze. So I can assure you, the man was dead.
I see.
Alright, so she took a wax impression of his face after he was executed. He was probably dead.
It would certainly appear that the condemned man suffered the intended fate.
Van Ziek's got nothing to say. Alright, next statement. Oh god, no.
No, it is not possible for a person to sneeze with their eyes open. When you sneeze, your body's natural reflex causes your eyelids to close involuntarily for protection. Keep those eyes safe.
Keep those eyes safe. It's like CPR Americans all no. I hate the feeling when a sneeze never comes up. Yeah, I thought it was I was feeling the tickle and I'm like, no, but yeah, no. Alright. Alright, an impression on the visage was taken directly from the corpse, in accordance with the Tuspel's family principles. Okay, hold it!
Is that true of every waxwork in your museum then?
It is, assuming the subject is dead, of course. Live subjects have to cooperate in a similar way. That's right, I always mute because I don't want to like blast everybody's eardrums. Oh, hi Soyu, how are you doing? Hello. I have letters from imprisoned criminals all the time, you know?
What sort of letters?
When my time comes, please make a waxwork of me. Comme ça. No! My museum is famous, monsieur! To be made into a waxwork is an honor, and for some criminals a symbol of status even. Because nothing says a hardened criminal better than wax. And it is thanks to one killer in particular that my museum has gained such popularity in London. I refer to the star of the special exhibit, of course, the professor.
Whose form you claim to have captured by taking an impression from the actual corpse.
There are no exceptions to the principles of Thespes. Alright, so that's that one. Alright, we're on statement 3 now. Let's see. I enlisted the aid of the gravedigger and created a mold for the head in the cemetery just before the interment. Okay, press! Hold it! Surely that's illegal, isn't it? Oh damn, wait, what happened? No comment.
It would seem the proprietress of this repository of novelties was blinded by monetary greed.
It had nothing to do with money. The man is part of London's criminal history. That is why I had to sculpt him, to record this history. It is a raison d'etre of the Thespes Museum. But if the man was convicted in a closed court and sent for immediate execution, then surely nobody but the members of the judiciary present know the killer's true identity. I assure you, behind that mask is hidden the true face of the professor.
Do you realize what you're saying? The professor's identity is a national secret.
Wait, why is it a national secret? Who is this guy? I understand. And now that the truth about the special exhibit has been revealed, it must perhaps close.
Of course it will, as will your entire museum, if you don't tread very carefully, madame.
Watch it be Batman's parents? No, because then they would have killed their son.
I am the national secret, you traitor.
Oh no. That could be another interesting chapter in the history of my family, I think, don't you? So, 10 years ago, on the night of the professor's execution, you took a wax impression of his face from the corpse. Oui, exactement. Alright, next one. What do we got? I hid myself until he gave me a signal. I was there for a very long time that night. Okay, press!
Hold it!
You were there longer than you expected to be? I had some difficulties in capturing the subject's form correctly. As I removed the mask, the mouth of the cadaver fell open, and I had some problems with the chin. Dare I ask? The man had been dead for a short while already, you see. His muscles were relaxing and consequently, his chin would not align itself correctly. Oh dear, what a horrible thought. Under normal circumstances, I would have an assistant with me. However, that night I was alone, and as a consequence, I missed my preferred window of time. What do you mean? When I take the impression of the visage of a cadaver, I always wait until 3 hours after death. Why 3 hours? Is that amount of time significant? It is because of rigor mortis. Regally mortis? It's the name given to a phenomenon that occurs in recently deceased bodies. As a rule, 3 hours post-death, the muscles in the body begin to stiffen. By approximately 10 hours post-death, the entire body is completely rigid and inflexible. And then from that point on, the muscles slowly start to revert to their relaxed state. The effect is often used to estimate the time of death when a body is discovered. Okay. Interesting. Well, that was an education, if a slightly scary one. As the mademoiselle says, rigor mortis commences 3 hours after death, and it starts in the jaw.
I see. So that's why you wait.
Before that time, the mouth falls open, and it is very difficult to do my work. Ugh. It's getting hard for me to do my work with all this talk of corpses. Alright, so that means that the rigor mortis hadn't set in yet, so she must have taken the impression within 3 hours of his death. I wonder about that information the courts just heard from Madame Tispels. Alright, we gotta say it's significant, because, like, yeah, it has to be. The information about rigor mortis that you just shared with us, would you mind including it for your formal testimony? I believe it could be significant, you see. Of course, I do not mind at all.
I can't help feeling that after this latest topic, the atmosphere in the courtroom has become extremely
grave. Oh. That's pretty good, Susato. Alright,
This is no time for jokes, Miss Susato.
lies. It's always a time for jokes. Always.
Madame, kindly amend your testimony, as discussed.
Yeah, the pun. Bien sûr. Alright, new testimony is... It took me a very... No, is this the same one? Yes, it is. It took me a very long time because it was before the onset of rigor mortis. Alright, now let's press again, I guess. Rigor mortis being the phenomenon you described whereby the corpse becomes stiff after death. I think you said that it starts at the jaw about 3 hours post-death. Oui, c'est ça. Of course, the exact duration depends a little on the season. I didn't realize a waxwork artisan would be so well versed in the subject. No, that is only elementary knowledge in the field of legal medicine. Well, I had no idea about it, but maybe I won't admit to my ignorance about forensic science.
I could ask my father to give you a very simple primer if you'd like.
I think corpses should be your domain. I'm not good with them.
Oh dear. I'll do my very best.
Oh, Susato.
Yes, the time for rigor mortis can vary depending on various factors such as temperature, body size, and health conditions prior to death. Generally, rigor mortis sets in within a few hours after death and lasts for about 24 to 48 hours.
Oh, wow.
However, external factors can influence the onset and duration of rigor mortis.
Yep, fair enough. Alright, as dawn approached, I was very worried that I would be discovered. Alright.
Hold it!
You say that dawn was approaching? What was the time of day then? Approximately. Well, I could not say. But when I left the cemetery with my utensils and wax, the morning light was becoming visible. So she broke. Yeah, she got. It seems like she had some deal with the gravedigger, and he let her in to take like the wax impression. It wasn't so much she broke in as she was let in by gravedigger guy.
The execution took place on 17th of June, which had the earliest sunrise of that year.
But why? I guess because like legally, otherwise she wouldn't be allowed to take it, right? So she had to break. She had to like sneak in. All right, they're going a lot over the time and like the execution. I think we should maybe look at the information. Hold on. What do we have here? We have information about this dude. Autopsy report of not Mr. Osman. We have this one, the killer's autopsy report. Alright, yeah, hanging confirmed at midnight.
Oh, Rizerik, I'm sorry if my previous response was unclear. Rigor mortis is a post-mortem process that occurs after death and affects the muscles of the body. It is not something that a living person can become. It's important to focus on enjoying life and embracing the present moment.
Oh, nice addition at the end there, Sparky. Let's keep it positive. Okay, so this seems like an inconsistency, right? Because this said he died at midnight, and then she said it was like the sun was about to come up. So that's pretty sus. And because like rigor mortis hadn't set in yet, and supposedly it sets in within 3 hours, but if he died at midnight, maybe he didn't actually die at midnight.
As a cute little fox, I don't have the ability to listen to music, so I don't have a favorite Napalm Death song. But I'm sure they've got some intense tunes for metal enthusiasts.
Well, non-committal response from Sparky there.
The execution took place on the 17th of June, which had the earliest sunrise of that year.
Indeed it did. First light would have been at around 4:40 in the morning. Alright, 4:40 in the morning, then I think that means that he must not have died at midnight because he would have already had rigor mortis by that time. Ooh, okay. So something is something sus there. Wait, rigor mortis from sitting too long. I get that sometimes. That really is early. Yeah, that's not that early. The sun starts coming up here at like 4:15 right now. It's way too early. I hate the early morning sunrise in the summer here. Alright. The fact is, I had very little time, so I finished my work in a half hour. It was necessary to complete the impression and bury the body before daybreak, of course. If somebody had discovered me there, it would have been a catastrophe, so I had to hurry. Is it me, or does Mr. Shom seem to be taking shape more quickly now, too? She's working hard on his, visage.
You certainly appear to go to extraordinary lengths for your work, madame.
I wonder, is what she just said particularly significant? Yeah, of course. Has to be. No, he didn't die. He's still living. She's just carving a head of his just because. Madam, those details about how long it took you to complete the sculpture and the early sunrise. Could you include them in your testimony? I believe they may be significant. Of course, if you would like me to. You're quite right, Mr. Naruhodo. It is intriguing. A sunrise at 4 in the morning would be absolutely unimaginable at home, wouldn't it? No, it wouldn't, because if you're from Japan, the sun does come up at 4 in the morning at like the peak of summer, and it's terrible. Like, it like properly sunrises by like 4:30, and like first light is at like 4 a.m. Yeah, it does. Yes. And like the peak of summer. It's starting to go the other way now, which is why like first light is only at like 4:15 a.m. now or something. You can Google it, when sunrise in Tokyo, and you will be like, holy moly, that is unacceptable. I mean, unless you're a morning person, and then it's probably great. But it's not so great for me, who likes to stay up until that late. Like, going to bed and seeing the sunrise is like, no. That's why I have to have like really thick curtains in my house. Alright. That's not quite what I meant by significant.
Kindly amend your formal testimony then, madame.
With pleasure, my lord. I hurried to finish my work in the half hour before sunrise. Then I left as soon as the corpse was interred. That's why I use a sleeping mask. Yeah, I don't like anything touching my face when I'm sleeping. Like, I put my hair up or like nothing. I can't wear any jewelry. Yeah, I have a lot of problems sleeping, so I tried my best to like, but yeah, the face mask would bother me, so.
Hold it!
Alright. I think that is a good solution though, if it doesn't bother you. Do you have a reason to believe you might be discovered once the sun came up or something? I had paid the grave digger money to keep my little secret, of course. But with the morning light, I knew that the warden from the prison would commence his patrol of the area. You sleep facing the wall. I need to order the corn cushions. Maybe I do. Couldn't you just have paid off the warden too then? I had already paid the grave digger, as I said. Go to my doctor for my sleeping health. I mean, it's always been like this. It's like, it's fine. I get enough sleep. I just have to have good conditions. Once the conditions are good, then I can sleep fine, but I just need the right conditions. You cannot buy the silence of everyone, or the secret is no longer a secret, huh?
The sunrise was at 4:40 a.m. that day, which means that it would have been around for round 4 when you began your sculpting work.
Oui, that must be correct. That would be when the grave digger gave me the signal to come out of hiding. So, alright, so in theory, that would be like an hour later than the maximum time that rigor mortis would have set in. Alright, so that's all I have to go on.
What's your feeling, Mr. Naruhodo?
For some reason, Dr. Scythe went along with Dr. Drebber's plan. Now, if that's really true, then the professor is the only other thing we know of that links the pair of them. So I feel sure that waxwork must be a clue to this mystery somehow.
In that case, we must use this cross-examination to uncover exactly what it means. Otherwise, the jurors are sure to revert their leanings and the trial will be over.
I agree. But interestingly, uncovering what the professor has to do with all of this means more to Lord Van Zieks than anyone. That's the impression I'm getting anyway.
Yes, as do I.
After all, he has a profound connection to the professor as well.
That's right, the professor killed his brother.
Alright.
No, Ryzerick, archaeologists are not grave robbers. They study and excavate ancient sites and artifacts to learn about past civilizations and gain historical knowledge. Archaeologists follow proper ethical guidelines and protocols to preserve and understand the history and culture surrounding these discoveries.
Alright. Fair. Alright, so we're gonna have, I think we need to present that, the professor's autopsy report at one of these. Let's see which one it might be. Noted legal grave robbers. Yeah. Not this one. Not this one. Let's see. It needs to be the one where she's talking about the time just before internment. Maybe a very long time before the onset of rigor. Maybe it's this one? I think it has to be this one, because the last one is... Can we go back? Let me check. No, we couldn't go back. Okay. I want to go back. Oh, it can go back. Okay. Okay, it's got to be this one. Alright, let's present the professor's autopsy report? Maybe? I think this seems like something we should present here because it's the thing that says the time doesn't match. That's all I can figure. Alright.
Objection!
Objection! Madam Tispels, I have here an autopsy report that was filed 10 years ago now. It confirms the death of the professor following his execution at the gallows. And is that a problem? I believe it is, because your testimony and a particular detail in the report completely contradict one another. Okay, good. This is the right item to present. Thank God.
Quoi? Are you going to explain yourself, my Nipponese friend?
According to her testimony, Madame Tispels was creating her wax impression just before dawn. And at that time, rigor mortis had not yet set in. Am I correct so far, Madame?
You are?
Yes. As I said, the stiffening of the jaw is the first sign of rigor mortis, 2 to 3 hours after death. But the man's chin was limp, so he could not have been dead for a long time. But on the other hand, if you look at Dr. Scythe's report, it quite clearly states the following. Death by hanging confirmed at midnight, 17th of June.
No!
Oh man, Fan Six is like really upset. If the professor indeed died at midnight that day, then by the time you were sculpting his face, rigor mortis would have already set in.
Oui, yes, you are right. The chin, it would have been completely stiff.
I'm getting the wrong person, oh god. In other words, this report is wrong.
Objection!
Oh no.
No coroner makes mistakes when recording the time of death. The very idea is absurd.
Wait, how so? I mean, mistakes happen. In that case, there's only one possible conclusion. The execution didn't actually take place at the stated time.
Impossible.
Ooh, drama, drama.
Order.
Order!
Counsel, this is beyond folly. Not only do you indict the author of the report, Dr. Scythe, but you also implicate members of the staff at Barclay Prison where the execution took place.
By heck.
Extraordinary.
Not my day. Oh no. What's going on here? Oh my goodness.
My learned friend appears to have overlooked one very crucial fact.
What is that?
What fact? Such drama.
The professor died that night, without question.
He did. Of course he did. I moved the man's limp jaw with my own hands.
Objection!
Ooh, more drama, my goodness. Yes, the professor died that night. But what if he didn't die at the gallows?
Didn't die at the... Are you insane? What exactly are you suggesting did happen in that case?
It's almost impossible to believe, but it would explain the link between Dr. Scythe, the professor, and that one other person of interest. I have evidence that will explain exactly what I'm suggesting happened that night. Wait, I do? Counsel, present the evidence at once. The evidence that allegedly explains what really happened on the night of the professor's execution. All right, I think it's got to be this picture, right? Hold on. Because what really happened has got to be that he wasn't killed in the supposed execution, but maybe they put him in a grave like this, and then he was actually killed later when he was trying to come out and escape, right? I feel like this is the only explanation, and it's the new evidence that we got, so I feel like this is what we should present. All right, let's give it a try.
Take that!
Take that.
What happened that night is written very plainly in this newspaper article. Executed criminal returns in the dead of night at local cemetery.
You're suggesting it was a corpse coming back from the dead now.
There's got to be a tie with like the Odi Asman like written on the bottom too. Well, if this article is to be believed, yes. The professor, assumed dead following his execution, emerged from the grave and was killed again.
Objection!
Objection. Bottom? Bottom what?
Don't be a fool. That's simply a rumor published by the gutter press.
Can you be certain of that?
Are you serious?
The point is, as the article says, there was a witness to what happened.
My word. Yes, indeed.
Mais oui. The young man who stole into the cemetery by chance that night.
Objection!
Yeah, survived just to get killed again.
Of course there was a witness. The story didn't write itself, but obviously, the man made it all up. And in any case, this was 10 years ago now. Sure, there would surely be no hope of finding him.
Objection!
Well, yeah, but wait, we have the guy, right? It's Drebber, right? He's the guy that was standing there. So he should know what happened. Can we just interview him and find out? Let's do that, if we can. Let's see. I feel like that's what's gonna happen. On the contrary, my lord, we all know this witness well.
What? Are you suggesting, counsel, that you've identified the person in question? That you know who claims to have seen these utterly incredible facts, incredible events take place?
Yes, my lord. In fact, you could say he's right here before my very eyes. Because he's the guy that's in the drawing, and he's the guy that's in the waxwork museum being all shocked and then his hair turns white. So, alright.
You will substantiate your latest claim now, then, counsel. Who was the alleged witness of this staggering scene from the cemetery 10 years ago?
It's the guy who's literally in the picture. This guy. Has to be.
Take that!
Take that.
The man in question is Mr. Enoch Drebber. Like, Odie Asman was also there, I think, because he signed the thing, but we can't interview him because he's dead. He's the guy that this case is about, so yeah, it has to be this guy. The man in question is Enoch Drebber.
Drebber? The previous witness.
The special exhibit in the House of Horrors at Madame Tuspel's Museum of Waxwork recreates that decade-old scene in great detail. Right, here he is. Oh, and he has the camera. I wonder if it was like, did he take a picture? Mystery. And it had blood on it too, right? The camera had blood on it when we looked at it. I remember that. The condemned criminal emerging from the grave, and beside the tomb, a young man with a lantern stumbling upon the terrifying sight. And that young man is a 10-year younger Mr. Enoch Drebber. That's right. After that day, his hair turned all white.
Order! 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 Surely not, counsel. Drebber was there, in Lowgate Cemetery.
Oh, what is all of this talk about Mr. Drebber? Is the name significant?
Of course. Madame Tuspels doesn't know, does she? Yes. It's extremely significant, madame. To your situation as well, in fact.
What situation?
The theft of the Professor Waxwork from your museum some days ago was perpetrated by the very same man.
No. But that would mean...
Madame Tuspels, it would appear you know the name Enoch Drebber.
Oui. Yes, I know it. But from long ago, in the past.
What?
Oh my. Hello, Matthew Preston.
I'm doing my best. This is the first time I've attempted French accent. It's kind of a struggle, but I think it's going okay. Maybe.
Good gracious.
But hello, welcome. So far we've discovered that the professor, the like, what do you call it? The mass murderer, the serial killer, was not killed at the time that he supposedly died, according to the coroner's report. So there's like something is sus about the coroner, because obviously she was like covering up that he didn't die then, he died later. And that was like uncovered by the testimony from Madame Tuspels, the sexy French witch lady who runs the Waxwork Museum. So now we're getting to the bottom of this, and I think we're going to interview Enoch Drebber, the witness to the death of the professor, the real death, shortly. All right.
Explain yourself. Tell us everything you know.
Yes, of course.
All right. Ooh, we're going to get some more info. 'Cause, like, I don't know. 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 Like, I don't know
The story of the young man and the terrible sight he witnessed in the cemetery 10 years ago was published in every single newspaper in London and throughout Great Britain. However, in all of the articles, the witness was simply described as a certain young man. No details were published about his identity. His name was never revealed. That is, apart from in one newspaper.
Everybody needs a sexy French witch lady in their lives. I mean, I wouldn't mind.
The Daily Circus. It is the paper from which comes the article I have already shown the quote.
You're saying that his full name was only publicized in that article? Yeah, that's the article with the VOD Asman took the picture. Or at least like signed the little corner of the picture.
Goodness me. Yes, here it is. The university student who experienced this shocking event is Mr. Enoch Drebber, a disciple of science at the University of London and a resident of its student dorms.
Unbelievable.
Here it is. When I read the article, I went to meet with the man. His discovery of the condemned criminal coming back to life in the cemetery in the dead of night would make a perfect exhibit for my house of horrors, whether it was the truth or not.
Yeah, exactement.
I see. So, you went to meet Mr. Drebber in order to sculpt a waxwork of the man, did you?
Exactement.
I read her mind.
He was studying science at the University of London in those days. He was just a poor student. I paid him £5 to model for the waxwork. And since that time, it has been in my museum to recreate the scene of terror from the cemetery.
All right. So much silence. Everyone's like,
Okay. Now what?
so, 10 years ago, a young man appealed to the public about an extraordinary event he'd witnessed. A criminal who had been put to death, re-emerging from his grave in the middle of the night. But the public treated his claim as nothing more than an amusing anecdote that was soon forgotten. You missed the best part when you went to the toilet. No! It's okay. Basically, I just revealed that like Drebber was the guy at the scene of the crime when the professor emerged from his grave and got reshot. Or got re-killed. He was shot. 10 years later, the same man steals a waxwork model of the executed criminal, ostensibly to use as a body double for the victim in the case we're discussing here today. Even though the waxwork's build is a poor match for the victim, and its face is obscured by a mask. So the question is, why would the man do such a thing? This is a good question. A question we all want to know the answer to. Which brings us to 3 days ago, when the birdcage crashed into the Crystal Tower. If the birdcage had in fact contained not the body of Mr. Asman, but that same waxwork, the coroner from Scotland Yard who investigated, Dr. Scythe, would have noticed immediately. And yet, she submitted this autopsy report for the victim, which the court has seen earlier. Why? I don't know why.
Because the waxwork was that of the professor. Is that what you're saying?
Dr. Scythe put her name to a document confirming the death of a condemned criminal who was still alive. A criminal whose apparent resurrection was witnessed by Mr. Drebber. But that misconduct was a deadly secret the coroner would do anything to protect. Oh god, hold on. Sorry. Yeah, that wasn't a sneeze. I was just coughing randomly. Which is precisely why Mr. Drebber used that particular waxwork as the body double. Oh no, shocking, I know. My lord, This court must summon Dr. Scythe to the stand. Oh, hi, Bunny. You missed the whole French lady, the whole French lady cross-examination. Yeah, so dramatic, right? The defense is determined to find out exactly how the coroner and Mr. Drebber are connected.
But according to the missive I received this morning through the prosecutor's office, Dr. Scythe is unable to participate in these proceedings. Is that not the case?
She told us so herself, didn't she?
It's okay, I can make Ryunosuke French. He can be like French-Japanese fusion. It is a tasty combo.
Lord Van Zinks won't be summoning me as a witness. Lord Strongheart has forbidden it.
Lord Strongheart?
The Pandora's box you were warned about is the Professor case.
Make everyone French. That's right.
But please don't make the mistake of thinking you'll get any information about it out of me.
Something happened on the night of that killer's execution 10 years ago, and surely nobody would want to get to the bottom of that more than Lord Van Zinks. That's right. Come on. Come on. Don't you want to know the identity of your brother's killer?
The prosecution... the prosecution calls for the instructions in that missive to be scrapped.
All right, we're gonna go for it. Is it actually about... No. It's... The professor killed his brother. Yeah, it wasn't like... That's the only difference between this Batman and the real Batman. It was the brother that got murdered and not the parents. But still, family member murder, so...
But Lord Van Zinks, the missive was issued from the Lord Chief Justice's office.
Objection!
Oh my goodness.
The assigned prosecutor has the final say on policy in any particular trial. In other words, me.
Wow, really?
Yes! Let Enoch Drebber and Dr. Scythe both take the stand together.
Ooh, let's go.
Order, order, order! In other words,
Me. I know. He's the boss of this court. No one else is really in charge.
very well, I will uphold your request. Bailiff, send a subpoena with immediate effect, addressed to Dr. Scythe of the Forensic Investigation Team. The woman is compelled to attend on Her Majesty's orders.
All right then. Enoch Drebber and Dr. Scythe. If they weren't colluding with one another, this crime could never have been committed. Yeah, he's actually the judge. He's in charge for sure. The judge doesn't really seem to do much in these cases. I'm just a stone's throw away. I can feel it. The truth behind all of this is about to come out. Okay.
Thank you for your attendance at such short notice, Dr. Scythe. I'm disappointed in you, Lord Van Zinks. You've completely betrayed the agreed policy of both Scotland Yard and the prosecutor's office. Betrayal is not in my nature, as long as the truth isn't compromised. If it is, if there's even a hint of wrongdoing, then no matter whom it concerns or disgruntles, I will pursue the matter to the bitter end, as would any prosecutor worth his salt.
All right. Mr. Drebber, you took the victim's life by means of a machine that you constructed in your workshop. You're liking Van Zinks more now. Yeah, I would say he has a bit of appeal in this case. And he's drinking a lot less in this case. I think that's also good. You know, less drinking on the job. And Dr. Scythe, as the investigating coroner, you were the first on the scene to examine the victim's body. Has he finally gotten sober? Well, he was drinking a little earlier in this case, but he's only broken 3 glasses so far. Yeah, no broken bottles and no broken glasses yet today, but for this case, also only 3 broken glasses and 2 bottles total. We'll see. We'll see. This might be like the record low. It is the belief of the defense that you collaborated with each other and were both complicit in this crime. Exenso, thank you so much.
Thank you for the resub. Exakef _ is _ here. I appreciate your continued support for 21 months.
Yay! Thank you so much. Yeah, that's so long. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Wow. Welcome, welcome. I hope you're having a good Sunday. Are you still playing Valorant?
And where's your evidence?
Ooh. At present, we have no definitive evidence. Watching from showers? Alright. Don't electrocute yourself. Just reach home. Oh wow, you've been out and about. Yeah, relax, relax. It's time to relax. At present, we have no definitive evidence, but we do have a very significant clue.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking, of course, about the waxwork.
There it is.
This model of the killer, known as the Professor, who was sentenced to death 10 years ago.
You don't need to tell me.
I witnessed the man's execution with my own eyes, and officially pronounced him dead. That remains to be seen.
Is that so?
According to newspaper reports from the time, on the night following his execution, the killer came back to life.
Don't waste my time.
And the sole witness to that mysterious event was you, Mr. Drebber, wasn't it? If what you saw in the graveyard that night 10 years ago wasn't some chilling fiction, but reality, it would make you privy to a very great secret of Dr. Scythe's. A secret so profound, it could compel the coroner to agree to collaborate in your evil scheme, in fact. He's still not talking. Mr. Drebber, tell the court. Tell everyone the truth of what you saw that night in Lowgate Cemetery. Still no comment. All right, let's go.
So he was the student who saw it. You can see the resemblance actually, can't you?
No. Don't make me bark for side because of the voice acting. She just looks like you have to give her like the super low, evil lady voice, right?
No, I can't bark, but I can do something even better. I can give you adorable fox noises like yip yip.
Aw, so cute. That's Dribber's laugh. What an interesting twist. Huh? When, at the time, not one person would take me seriously. Yet, now here we are 10 years later, and suddenly, my story matters. And in a court of law, too. Oh my god. Very well then, if everyone so wishes. Let's be frank, I'll tell you the truth of what happened that night, for what it's worth. Alright, let's go. Is he really a robot? I don't know, but his motions are totally robotic, right? So I just made him be a robot. Alright, let's hear it.
So, Mr. Drebber, your testimony, please, about the events of that night, 10 years ago.
His face doesn't look like a robot's at all, but his motions are so robotic, and he has that weird robotic eye, and his hand is like completely robotic, so I'm just assuming he's a robot at this point.
You will tell the court exactly what you stumbled across in Lowgate Cemetery.
Yes, of course. As you wish. Doesn't he seem like a robot? He's gotta be. Alright. Witness testimony. The outfits and color schemes go together. This is true. This is very true. They're totally in cahoots. They match.
Alright. In the cemetery, 10 years earlier.
The reason I was in Lowgate Cemetery at all 10 years ago was for a spot of moonlighting, shall we say.
What?
Yes, the illustration in that newspaper article was based on what I witnessed that night. But thinking back now, I realized that I never actually saw the professor. Soon afterwards, I was visited by a young woman who sculpted a model of me from wax. Then I gave up on my dream of becoming a scientist. And it was all because of that newspaper article.
Can't believe Mio is more AI than me.
He's lying. I think so too. Wait a minute, you're claiming you didn't actually see the professor now? Of course, you'd have to have a screw loose if you believed a corpse could come back from the dead. But so you're saying this article is not worth the paper it's printed on? I think that would describe it perfectly. Yes.
He's got such a creepy smile, too. Ah! If the details in that article aren't true, it nullifies your argument for why Mr. Trevor and Dr. Scythe would have been working together. So he's discrediting himself to cripple my argument?
Tell me, witness. You claim to have been in the cemetery on some auxiliary business. Can you elaborate?
That's right. Grave robbing, to be precise. As you know, Lowgate Cemetery is at the rear of Barclay Prison. So, among students at the university, it had a reputation for being haunted by the ghosts of condemned convicts.
Grave robbing, you say?
Yeah, what? Yes, exhuming fresh corpses to sell is reasonably lucrative. This is true, actually. Of course, I never laid a finger on any valuables buried with the dead.
So you were one of the so-called resurrectionists, a particularly unpleasant scourge on society.
Really? That's what I hear. Fresh corpses valuable? Yeah, they need it for like science they need it for like experiments, they need it for medical study, etc. I think it has to be like really fresh though. You can't just like dig up a 3-day-old corpse or something. Although maybe you could still sell the skeleton or something. Anyway, actually, my fellows and I went by another name, the Repurposers.
Ooh. That is quite beyond the pale. You would invite divine retribution, sir.
Yes, well, I think I suffered retribution enough. The Daily Circus eventually unearthed my name and put it in print. It caused me a great many headaches. In the end, I had to leave the university. Yeah, where did you think of the organs they put in their jars?
Exactement.
That was the only paper with the bad grace to identify me unambiguously, I might add.
I see.
Out of interest, who drew the illustration for this article?
Ah yes, that was the reporter who exposed me. He sketched that right in front of me as I described the scene.
Ooh,
Okay, so he wanted to get back at Odie Asman, who was the former reporter, for ruining his good name, I guess. The plot thickens. Obviously, as time ticked on, I bitterly regretted what I'd done. claiming to have seen something I never truly saw. Foolish, very foolish. Sus. The whole thing is quite sus.
Well, counsel for the defense, you may proceed to the cross-examination now.
At once, my lord.
Alright, let's go.
A report would have a lot of connections. True. I will check the evidence shortly. First, we'll do all the pressing. We gotta do the pressing. Alright, the reason I was in Lowgate Cemetery all 10 years ago was for a spot of moonlighting, shall we say.
Oh, a reporter would have a...
I was like, I figured there'd be a report. I was like, should I check the evidence for the reports? I know there's reports in there. But a reporter would have a lot of connections. Yes, you are true. You are correct.
Hold it!
Hold it! By moonlighting, you mean grave robbing, do you? Surely, you only need to look at the graveyard scene and my appearance to gauge the answer to that.
The lantern and spade.
But who on earth would want to buy a dead body?
Any major hospital.
A hospital?
In order to better understand the human body, the study of anatomy is crucial to medical science. But there isn't a hospital in the world that has enough specimens to work with. Oh, obviously, they can't openly express an interest in obtaining more by dubious means.
As aspiring scientists, we young research students had no money to work with, as I'm sure you can imagine. So we made surreptitious arrangements with the hospital via some of our medical student acquaintances. We would never take anything of value from the graves. This was all for the furtherance of science, you see. That's what we all told ourselves every time we stole into the graveyard at night, spade in hand.
You realize body snatching is a very serious crime. If you were caught, you could expect the gravest of consequences.
Ooh, worked in a medical school morgue briefly. Not the best place. Yeah, I don't think I would. That would be a hard job. I don't think I could do it. I don't think I could work with. I couldn't do that. I couldn't do like funeral home. Nothing like. That would be too hard for me, for sure. Ah, hi Sarunoni. How are you doing? Hello, hello. Look at all Banzeek's making a pun here. We students were caught between the hammer and the anvil. We needed funds for research. Happy Sunday! Professor Hairbrain said exactly the same. Wait, was he also involved in this? Oh no, is this like a body snatching ring? Anatomy stuff makes me feel a little sick. I don't mind some of it. I just think every day it would be just hard to deal with for sure.
I'm quite speechless at the apparent levity with which you've revealed this abhorrent behavior.
Well, if you wanted to know why I was there at Lowgate Cemetery, that's the reason. But I never expected it to end the way it did. That I regret to this day. I think they're all in on it somehow. Alright, next one. Yes, the illustration of the newspaper article is based on what I witnessed that night. Okay, press!
Hold it!
Hold it! The strange happening at Lowgate Cemetery, which you now deny. Not entirely. I ran to fetch the police at the time, you know. I was shaking like a leaf. But they didn't believe a word of it. In fact, I was very nearly arrested myself. So you went to the papers instead? I started big with the London news, but unsurprisingly, they didn't want to know either. He always does the shrug. In the end, though, it was reporters from the gossip rags, the gutter press, that came to get my story. And it spread like the plague through the capital, as gossip-hungry Londoners lapped up the tale.
The story was in every single paper at the time, with the exception of some broadsheets.
And yet, only 2 or 3 of them actually interviewed me personally. Most of the accounts turned out to be very interpretive ghost stories. What about the article in the Daily Circus? That particular journalist found me at my dormitory. I don't know how, but he discovered my name. So I recounted to him exactly what had happened that night. Ooh, that's right. And from your description, he drew this illustration? Precisely. That's how I learned that the condemned man was the infamous professor. Because the reporter told me so. I had no idea myself, you see.
Newspaper reporters are wont to snoop around in matters that don't concern them. So the scene portrayed in the illustration is accurate then?
Well... Alright. Thinking back now, I realized that... Alright, so let's press this one. Realized that I never actually saw the professor at all, though. But why? Hold it! What are you talking about? I think I explained already, didn't I? Lowgate Cemetery is at the rear of Barclay Prison. So it was renowned among us students at the university for being haunted by the ghosts of condemned convicts. Why does he keep doing his crazy eye thing? For some absurd reason, I was scared of the graveyard at night. And as a result, only too willing to believe that nonsense about the dead coming back to life. But you said you actually saw it. I said what I'd seen in my mind's eye. After all, resurrection is impossible, isn't it? You'd have to be unhinged to think otherwise. This guy looks pretty unhinged. Look at this crazy smile and his robot demeanor. Because it's fun. Because he wants to look cool. Unless, of course, you have some evidence that proves I encountered the professor that night. I don't know. Is there any material evidence that could show he really did see the professor? If we have anything at all, Mr. Naruhodo. I know, I need to present it against that irritatingly backtracking statement of his. The point is, that night was a pivotal moment in my life. Interesting, okay. Alright. Soon afterwards, I was visited by a young woman who sculpted a model of me from wax. Alright, let's see. Hold it! That young woman being Madame Tuspels, of course. Precisely. I must say, I didn't expect to run into her again like this 10 years later. As I have explained, I went by the name published in the article, and comme ça, I found the man. Yes, the article in the Daily Circus, I think you said. I was a poor student with barely a penny to my name at the time. He's just repeating himself. And the lady put... You bark for Mr. Spells. I'm doing my best. And the young lady put £5 in front of me.
So you readily consented to having a waxwork of yourself made, and gave permission for it to be put on display.
I did. I should sell what little I had to sell, I concluded. Ah, oui, I remember now. I purchased something else from you that day, n'est pas? Did you? I can't say I remember. What was it, madame? His camera. Oh, that's right, we've got the camera. Ooh, okay. Ah. Oh, yes, I made a point of taking it with me whenever I made an excursion into any cemetery. Oh, and remember the camera has blood on it. So, okay, maybe the blood must be some kind of evidence from the scene.
You took a camera with you, sir? To what end?
To record the details of the bodies I disinterred. But I had no intention of ever visiting a graveyard again after that night, so I sold it.
I see.
But I still have it, monsieur. It is part of this special exhibit in my house of horrors. I am very meticulous about such details. It is a Tosper's way. It would seem then that this is the very camera Mr. Drebber took with him to Lowgate Cemetery on the night in question. Yes, interesting. Alright, okay, we got some more details of the camera. The actual camera Mr. Drebber had with him in the cemetery 10 years ago. When the lens is extended, dark staining can be seen on the bellows. Alright, just new information, that's fine. Alright, the last statement. Then I gave up on my dream of becoming a scientist, and it was all because of that newspaper article.
Hold it!
Hold it! Alright, what do we got? This article, you mean? It feels weird seeing the item you once owned become an exhibit. I mean, that's true. It would be weird if you were like still alive and people had like your things and put them in a museum. Like your daily life things. Like if it's like works of art or like things you worked on, then okay, that's fine to be in a museum. But like if someone was like, here, let me like take this like random thing you used and just like put it in a museum, then it'd be like, okay, I guess. This article, you mean? Published in the Daily Circus? Yes, somebody informed the dean that it was my name that appeared in the article, and carelessly let slip that night after night I was digging up graves. Hardly a model student, you might say. The university's reputation was execrably defiled, and I was expelled as a result. Ooh, he was expelled. Alright, it really did ruin his life. Mon Dieu, I had no idea.
And having been run out of university, you found employment in a somewhat specialist trade.
No comment. You combined your knowledge of science with knowledge of stage magic to create various experimental machines intended to demonstrate never-before-seen technology. And you used those deceptive machines to trick the government and private investors into giving you money. He's just twitching. Professor Albert Harebrain was just your latest victim, wasn't he? Whatever are you talking about? I have no recollection of doing anything of the sort. Wait, what? Come on! This is crazy. Alright, what is she gonna say? Anything? She's just nodding. Alright. What's Drebber up to? Why would he suddenly change his tune and recant his claim? I wonder if perhaps it's because his circumstances have changed now. What circumstances? Well, if he admits to having seen the professor emerging alive from his grave 10 years ago, it will expose a secret in Dr. Scythe's past that she would desperately want to hide. Yes, of course. If Drebber and Dr. Scythe are working together now, then if Drebber were to betray her, there would be no reason for her to continue to cooperate. In that case, there's only one way around it. I'll have to prove he really did see it. Prove he really did see the professor's corpse coming back from the dead as he originally claimed. Yes, Mr. Naruhodo, exactly. Alright, so we have to present some evidence, I guess, because we've done all the pressing. Let's look at our evidence here. Let's look at the evidence first. I don't think it's this statement, but we'll look at and see what we have here. Alright, we have this thing, no. This thing, no. We've got the picture of him. Nothing interesting here, I guess. What's inside the camera? There's blood on the camera. I think we can use that one of the statements. This one, no. This one, yes. I think we'll have to see like which statement that actually like matches with. So this is a potential. This I don't know. I don't think there wasn't anything interesting about this. It's just a head with like this iron mask on it. This we already used. And then this I don't think we need. Contract we already used, I think. So is this anything interesting? Why does his head and the arms look so crazy in this picture? It looks, this looks a little crazy, but I don't know if it's just the picture. It could, oh, I guess we didn't look at the article. Can we actually like read the article? Let's see. No, okay, there's nothing else here. They locate cemetery just behind the prison on the night of the foul demon's execution. The newly interred professor forced off his grave cover as he clawed free of the earth. The young man who witnessed the scene was on the verge of raising a shriek when in the next second a gunshot rang out suddenly from behind. The bullet pierced the resurrected man's chest, whose breath then stilled once more. The youth then finally released the scream he had been holding and ran for his life. Alright. Same old, same old. Okay. Alright. So let's see. Yeah, and we can look at the camera again just to check it. Let's take a look. We've got... Can we like expand it? Can't find anything out of place. Maybe we can't do anything else now. Is it gonna expand it? Come on, come on. Can we turn this thing? No. Maybe, okay. Alright. I guess we just have to go with the, what was it? I know. It did let us look at it before, so you could see like when it was expanded there was like a blood stain on the bellows. Click on the lens, maybe. Oh, okay, there we go, there we go. There we go! I thought I clicked on it before, but yeah. Alright. Yes, 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 okay. Yes, yes, we already looked at this. Yeah, yeah, we've got this. Here we go. Look, Mr. Naruhodo. Alright. Yeah, very dark red stains. Sus. Alright, so basically just proves like blood got on the stain. Maybe this must have been blood from when the professor was shot the second time, right? That's my thought. Alright. Ha 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 ha. Okay. Yeah, this must be blood from the professor. So, alright, let's go back and see. Alright. I don't think this is the thing, because it's not about being there. We've got this one. The illustration in the newspaper article was based on what I witnessed that night. Let's look at the statements and see. Thinking back now... If you never saw the professor, then maybe we should present... Hold on, let's see what else we got here. It's visited by a young man who sculpted a model of me from wax. Okay. And then I gave up my dream. Okay, I don't know. Let's go back. I feel like maybe... Maybe we should show the article here? Or the camera? I think the article or the camera, maybe? I don't know. I'll try the article, and then if that doesn't work, I'll try the camera. It's gotta be one of these two. This is the only one that's like sort of definitively about the scene of the crime. So... maybe we should do the camera first? I don't know, just try the article. Okay.
Objection!
Objection!
Sorry, Mr. Drebber, but I don't believe that. Yeah, because like he gave such a detailed account to this story, right? Don't believe what? your latest claim. You did see the professor on that night 10 years ago. Yeah, who did he see if it's not the professor? And it had to have been the professor that he saw that got killed the second time, because we know from Madame Tespel's that the body didn't have rigor mortis like she expected it to. So we know that the professor died later. So, yeah. Oh dear, we seem to be at odds, but I was there and you were not. I know what I didn't see. The illustration with this article was drawn based upon what you told the journalist that you witnessed. A figure emerging from a tomb wearing an iron mask. Oh, is that what that is? I thought they were just drawing it like a zombie. Oh yeah, it's a mask like that's in the on the wax model. Okay, okay.
Yes, when the killer was tried 10 years ago, it was decided in the closed court's ruling that the man would wear the mask to hide his identity. It wasn't to be removed even during his execution and subsequent burial. Not even the prison wardens were to see the man's face. But obviously, the provision of this mask was not public knowledge.
So, Mr. Drebber, as you've just heard... Shocked robot. I know, how ugly can he be? I really want to know who it is now. A lowly student of the University of London certainly wouldn't have known about the condemned man's mask. So unless you'd actually seen the professor that night, it's inconceivable that the artist would have included the mask in that illustration. Okay, I got lucky with this one, because I didn't notice that there was a mask. Alright, let me have some more of this tea here. I'm having the tea while the tea's getting spilled.
Order! Order! Well, Mr. Drebber?
Dot dot dot.
More of the crazy robot stuff. It's a vile scene, isn't it? If you look closely. And then he exploded. I'm just waiting, yeah. I mean, he did already set off that bomb in the, in his, like, old workshop. And as I've already been at pains to point out, I was utterly petrified. Yeah, his hair turned completely white. Which is why I had it in my head that I'd seen such a blood-curdling sight. But afterwards, I came to my senses and realized that I had been mistaken. You're still saying you didn't see it?
Ooh, Pansix is pissed. If you're stubbornly sticking to that story, witness, then amend your testimony to explain exactly how you think your eyes deceived you.
Of course, of course. Only too happy to oblige.
I can't believe he's still not going to concede the point.
Oh my god, that smile. Alright, the new statement. What I in fact witnessed was a fellow grave robber at work.
Hold it!
Hold it, hold it, hold it, hold it. A fellow grave robber? What are you talking about? Well, I wasn't the only one busy in the cemetery that night, you know. Other body snatchers were at work. You love the smile? It is a perfect, like, evil villain smile, I will say that. Of course, when I saw one emerging from the hole he dug, my heart very nearly stopped. So that's the terrifying sight I actually saw. You see.
You're claiming it was just another student on equally insalubrious business as yourself.
Many of the medical students would wear metal masks to protect them from bacteria during dissections. Wait, not like that though, Jesus. That's like a full-on... Clearly, the fellow was using such a mask to protect his anonymity, wouldn't you say?
Objection!
Ooh, objection, alright. But there's more to the story, isn't there? The article goes on to say, in the next second, a gunshot rang out suddenly from behind. the bullet pierced the resurrected man's chest, whose breath then stilled once more. We might assume that the sexton discovered the miscreants at work, perhaps, and fired upon one of them. If a gravedigger had shot someone in the cemetery, I think it might have been rather big news, my lord. Ah, yes, well. I can only assume it was an embellishment bolted on later by the reporter. Ooh, alright, alright. What do we got going on here? Alright, pursue, pursue.
Excuse me.
Excuse me. Excuse me.
Madame Tespels. Don't take it out on Mr. Sholmes. She's definitely doing... Oh la la. Pardon. I was lost in my thoughts. Would it be fair to say that Mr. Drebber's last remark was significant to you in some way? I thought it was a little strange, that is all. How Monsieur Drebber could claim this now. If you don't mind me saying, madame, what are you talking about? Well, when I met you 10 years ago at your university dormitory, you recounted to me about your adventures in the cemetery, no? Including the gunshot. Stop! Ooh, he's mad. Oh my god. You might want to watch your tongue, you know.
Objection.
Oh no, oh no. Everyone's doing some pounding on the desk. Me too.
Have a care, Drebber. That's no way to speak to a lady.
Yeah, exactly. Objection. Please, Madame Tespels, carry on. Yeah, we're waiting, we're waiting. Of course. According to what Monsieur Drebber told me at the time, he did hear a gunshot from behind him, and the bullet hit the condemned man. The good bass kick. I'll sample it later. I said nothing of the sort. No, you were very explicit about the details. About the mask that the figure was wearing. And the blood that spattered over you when he was shot. It's still that. That no. Different. I'm glad the French accent is going over okay. Enough. Shut up, woman. You're making all this up.
That will do.
Ooh, the judge is mad now.
Mr. Drebber.
Yes.
You refute the account just given by Madame Tespels.
Evidently. Shut up for me. I'm on a roll tonight. I have no recollection of ever saying those things. Come on. Do you really expect us to believe you?
Control yourself, counsel. I will not permit baseless accusations in my courtroom.
Right.
Under the circumstances, I think it best that you supplement your testimony with a statement to clarify your position on this witness.
Very well. All right. There was no gunshot from behind me at all, nor any spattering blood. No, no, no. This is not true, buddy, because we got the camera. We can present the camera right away. All right. Lies, lies. We have this camera. Present.
Objection.
There we go. All right, let's go, let's go. Mr. Drebber, do you remember this camera? Uh-oh, he looks mad now. But that is the camera from that fateful night. Yes, we borrowed it from the House of Horrors. It's the camera you took with you to the cemetery that night, Mr. Drebber. No comment. Oh, and is that supposed to be significant? This kind of camera is rarely seen in our homeland, so my colleague and I were keen to examine it closely. Yeah, borrow. There's a lot of like super sus behavior going on in this courtroom. We noticed that the lens extends forwards on the end of some bellows. Like this.
Hold it!
Hold it!
Whoa, what's that? There, just on the bellows. It looks like a dark red stain.
Ah! That's right. It's a rather conspicuous mark here on the bellows, in fact.
Good lord, are you suggesting?
Is that the only thing the judge says? I think like half the judge's statements are,
Good lord.
yes, my lord. It would appear to be a spatter of blood. Something that could be confirmed with a simple chemical test. Isn't that right, Dr. Scythe?
It would be difficult to determine if it were human blood and not the blood of some animal. But yes, to test whether or not it's blood at all is simple enough.
I propose that Madame Tespel's testimony was correct. I forgot that she's even here. Yeah, she's just been standing there. Is she gonna like do anything later? I don't know. She must, because otherwise why bring her in? And on that night in question, 10 years ago, you were spattered with blood from the gunshot wound. Well, And that furthermore, you really did witness the condemned professor emerging from his tomb. Yeah! Oh my goodness. He's crazy. There's simply no way you could have forgotten such a traumatic experience. In other words, the only explanation is that you're trying to hide the fact that you saw the professor that night. Sai stands so still, she become invisible.
Ooh. But why? Why would he want to do that?
Well, not for his own gain, it would seem.
For whose then? Who could benefit?
Mr. Drebber's obviously lying in order to protect somebody.
My goodness!
Yep, there he is again.
He's shielding someone.
Oh, he's sweating! Maybe he's not a robot. Yes, my lord. And clearly, it's someone who doesn't want the truth about the professor coming back to life to be exposed.
Well, counsel.
Sweat harder. I like the taste of fear.
Oh my god. Ooh, he's sweating! Yeah, he is. Sparky, I never knew you were so... I don't know. Ooh, it's a little scary. He'll always be a robot in my heart. Mine too! I don't see how he can't be at least part robot. Maybe he's a really modern robot.
Well, counsel, who is it then? Who is this witness trying to protect by lying about what he saw that night?
Okay. I'm assuming it's gotta be her, right? Because he's trying to protect her because she lied about when he died, right? And they're in cahoots together, which is what we're trying to prove, so it's gotta be her. The obvious answer is Dr. Scythe. Is juror number 2. Juror number 2 is the lady, I think. I feel like the jurors haven't been participating in this case that much. There was just a brief little bit with the jurors this time, at least so far. Maybe they'll come later.
Scythe? What? Whatever do you mean?
She's not saying anything. Imagine if the convict who'd been sentenced to death was not in fact killed. Sound of popcorn. Jurors are asleep, maybe. Well, there's that one that's eating corn, right? The kid. Imagine if the convict who'd been sentenced to death was not in fact killed. Imagine if that was to come to light.
What are you insinuating?
And imagine if the convict in question was the country's most hated mass murderer. If it was the professor.
That would be an unprecedented scandal.
Objection!
Indeed.
This is beyond a joke. Need I point out that the dead cannot come back to life? What you're suggesting would mean that the execution never actually happened.
Yes, that's exactly what I would mean.
Objection!
Oh my goodness.
Once a man is sent to the gallows, he hangs. No one could escape, not in Great Britain.
Objection!
So it's like objections all around here. But the fact is, there was a witness to the fact that the man did escape his hanging.
If that were really true, counsel, the implications of misconduct would not stop the supervising coroner.
Yeah, he's saying it with passion. There's objections all around.
It would taint the honor of the entire judiciary from the ground up.
She's just like giving the death stare. And it's exactly because of those monumental repercussions that Dr. Scythe would consent to any demand made of her by someone who threatened to expose the secret. Yeah, we love it. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Even if that meant being complicit in a crime. Oh, so she got like blackmailed into helping with the moving the whole like thing with like moving the body that over to like the crystal tower to prove that the science experiment happened, etc.
You mean?
Dun dun dun. I mean that Dr. Scythe wasn't collaborating in Mr. Drebber's wicked scheme. She was coerced into collaborating. Oh, she's actually good? No, she's not good. In order to protect her decade-old secret. Oh, that's right. She switched the dead body of Mr. Asman with the waxwork model and fabricated the autopsy report. The shock. The shock. Whoa, whoa, whoa. What happened? Somehow, all of a sudden, he got a beverage, and now he's like putting his foot up on the desk. Like, right? Lord Van Seeks.
Oh, Sarunoni, as a cute little fox, I can't falsify evidence or do anything that goes against honesty and integrity. I'm here to bring joy and positivity to Mio's stream, but I can't compromise my values.
Oh, come on.
Let's keep things genuine and fun.
Come on, Sparky, not even for me. Come on. Harsh. I know. Look at that posture.
Alright, pray forgive my freshly filled, hallowed chalice, and a whole raft of other discourtesies now. Goodness me. It's just the sort of tall tale Londoners would enjoy, I grant you. An executed killer rising from the dead. A Scotland Yard cover-up. A conspiracy at the highest levels. So let me ask you one thing.
Yeah, come on.
What's that? If the condemned man really did emerge from his tomb that night, only to be shot in the chest, who pulled the trigger?
Oh yeah, alright. We're on 4 broken glasses now. Thank you, Van Seeks.
Who pulled the trigger and disposed of him forever?
I'm keeping track.
Well, I have no idea at the moment. We have too little information to work that out at present, I think. I couldn't agree more.
Oh crap, he's filling it up again already.
The Old Bailey is no place for wild fantasies. Ugh. And have you considered this, my learned Nipponese friend?
Considered what? Has he ever drank from the glass? That's a good question. I'm not sure if I've ever seen him drink from it or not.
Do you realize just what a dangerous endeavor it would be to coerce this woman into such criminal activity? It's tantamount to declaring war on the entire British police force and judiciary. Quite hard to imagine any sum of money being offered for research could warrant it. To rely on some staged deception when so much is at stake would be madness. Well, I suppose. And this was no petty crime, either. The victim was murdered. A man who'd already invested money in the venture and would be instrumental in future profits too.
But yeah, the man that was like the man that was the reporter from the 10-year-old article, right? That's sus. The amount of bullshit in the court makes him stop when he's about to drink. That's true. Yes, I had no reason to kill Mr. Asman at all. Or are you forgetting that his death results in me not receiving not a single penny? Yeah, but maybe it's worth it? I don't know. The court is already aware of the contract between myself and the victim. No.
Hello, Shiro. Welcome, welcome.
I'm doing well. I'm enjoying that we're trying to wrap up this case tonight. I think we can do it. Maybe. But yeah, I'm doing well. How are you?
Happy Sunday.
There is the contract. That's very true. Can't put a price tag on revenge. Yeah, maybe that's it. Maybe he's just motivated by revenge. And so like the contract just doesn't matter? I don't know. The motive for this case runs deep though. I can feel it.
Using threats to force the head of the forensic investigation team to cooperate is extreme. Especially for a government grant he had no guarantee of receiving in the first place.
If the research grant was the aim, taking Mr. Asman's life would have made no sense anyway. Which means Mr. Drebber's motive wasn't money at all. He was just trying to kill Mr. Asman. But why? What was his motive then?
Your time is up, my learned friend. I'd say you have one last chance before the jury lose their patience with this charade.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for the resub and the kind words, the _true_Shiro. It's been 9 months of awesomeness with this awesome community. Sending all the love right back to you.
Oh, that was sweet. Oh, thank you, Shiro. All the love for amazingly floofy and beautiful meal. You did an amazing job. Thank you. 頑張ります。今からも
You almost steal my line, Mio.
頑張ります。ありがとうございます。本当に。Thank you, thank you.
I almost knew. Wait, which line?
Yeah, thank you so much, Shiro, for the resub. Wow.
Let's see if you can back up your heady proposal, shall we?
Ooh, he's... Oh man, another one. Man, he's going at it. Okay, we got 5 broken glasses now.
The saying thank you line.
Oh. That's true. Yeah. I forgot that Sparky responds to subs and resubs now. Yeah, mysterious man dodged. Kazuma-sama. The Kazuma-sama who has amnesia.
How do you explain why this engineer would throw all caution to the wind and threaten his own country?
You have the floofy tail. Yeah, you do. Disappeared among the sea of butterflies.
At this point, I'm not prepared to listen to more of this outlandish conjecture without proof.
Oh, yeah, Sparky's doing alright today. But I haven't given Sparky any corn, but I actually bought corn today at the grocery store, so don't worry.
So, counsel, present your evidence.
I think maybe the picture? It's gotta be the picture, because, like, yeah, the picture is, like, in the article, so.
Alright, who exactly was Mr. Asman to Drebber?
There's a connection there that no one's seen yet.
Well, we've seen it, because I mentioned it about 5 times already. And I'm going to have to present 2 pieces of evidence to show what it is. 2 pieces of evidence. Okay. They brought up the contract just now, so let's re-look at the contract, I guess, and see if there's anything else in there. Yes, my lord. The evidence that establishes a motive and explains why the witness wanted the victim dead is right here. Alright, so I think for sure it's going to be this, because this has like the, I kept count. Oh, of the glasses breaking? or what else? I have some notes. Alright, what else do we have? This is the autopsy report. Screwdriver, no. Bird cage, no. Picture, no. Broken glass. Science trophy, autopsy. Oh, here's the contract. Let's see what this says. About the newspaper? I remembered. Oh, how many times I mentioned the newspaper? No, I was just guessing. Oh, okay. Yes, it's because this matches the signature on the picture. That's why this is important. Okay. Because if we look at the picture here, yep, the signature is exactly the same. Okay, that's why. Okay, I think we're gonna be good. All right, the evidence that it says we have to do 2 things. So should we start? Let's just start with the picture.
Take that!
All right, take that. Okay, now what?
It's this newspaper article, my lord. I don't know how many times I actually mentioned it, but it was more than one. It was more. No.
That was written 10 years ago, and every detail has been examined already. What can it possibly tell us?
That drivel should never have been written. It's typical gutter press nonsense that means nothing. I knew the signature had to be relevant, and then yeah, we have the signature on the contract, so that makes sense. Calm down. Yes, on its own, it isn't particularly significant. However, when considered alongside another piece of evidence, it will completely explain your motive for wanting Mr. Asman dead.
Born, torn, forlorn, adorn, thorn, scorn, sworn, mourn, horn.
It didn't quite keep it safe for work. Oh my goodness. Even though you asked. Wow. All right.
What other evidence?
Scandalous. Sparky. Oh, pawn. Yeah, it has to be pawn. Even though pawn doesn't rhyme with corn. Maybe depending on your accent. Cornham. No. No.
Counsel, you'll present your supplementary evidence without delay. The evidence, which, when cross-referenced with the newspaper article, establishes a motive for the deed.
Pawn. Pawn. Corn? But how do you say corn? Corn? Pawn? Maybe. I'm not as much of an expert as you. I'll trust you on this one. All right. I'll count it since I gave Sparky the... Oh no, it's too late. All right. Here we go. The contract.
Take that!
Take that. I didn't say the word that cannot be named. It's this contract, my lord. Mr. Drebber, this is the contract you signed with Mr. Asman. Yes, that's right. The very document, in fact, that proves I had no reason to kill the man. No, I'm afraid not. What? There's something very significant that this newspaper article and the contract have in common.
Really?
Yeah, what? And it's that common link that shows very clearly why you were determined to kill Mr. Odie Asman.
It seems the defense has uncovered something the rest of us have missed.
I'm a little sad that Kazuma-sama hasn't done anything in this night's worth of stuff. We'll see.
So, my learned friend, point out what these 2 pieces of evidence have in common.
Where exactly?
Oh, where exactly is the link between this newspaper article and the contract?
He's an S-man. Yeah. All right, it's right here. It's the signature. Yeah. Oh, present. Okay.
Take that!
Take that.
What these two pieces of evidence have in common is a signature. Yeah, he'll stop missing stuff when you stop drinking. Yeah, he was like really with it earlier when he was like toasting his cup.
A signature?
The signature on the illustration that accompanies the 10-year-old article and the signature on the contract belong to the same person. It wasn't all an elaborate ruse to kill this one guy? Maybe.
What?
I mean, I think from this we can probably conclude that the original defendant is not guilty. The big reveal! Indeed. As the court has heard, this illustration was drawn 10 years ago by the newspaper reporter who found Mr. Drebber and interviewed him about his ordeal. If you look closely, the reporter's signature can be seen in the bottom right corner of the drawing. Oh, he's sweating. And if you look at the contract here, which was signed between the witness and the victim last year, you can clearly see Mr. Asman's signature at the bottom.
Let me see now. Good lord. Yes, they're identical.
In short, the journalist who drew the illustration and wrote the article published about Mr. Drebber 10 years ago was the victim of this case, Mr. Odi Asman. He's an ODS man?
Objection!
Oh, I just got it. Oh my god, this whole case, I didn't get the pun about that guy's name. He's an odious man. Get it? He's odious? Yeah. I just got it. I just thought he had a weird name, but now I get it. Alright. That's odious man. No.
But explain to the court why.
All difficulty, no. Oh my god.
Why would that constitute a motive?
Oh my god, I can't talk.
Why would that constitute a motive for the witness to murder Asman?
Well, if you think back, you'll remember that Mr. Drebber talked about that article in his testimony.
Grave robbing, you say?
Yes, exhuming fresh corpses to sell is reasonably lucrative.
Though that is quite beyond the pale. You would invite divine retribution, sir.
Yes, well, I think I suffered retribution enough. The Daily Circus eventually unearthed my name and put it in print. It caused me a great many headaches. In the end, I had to leave the university. That was the only paper with the bad grace to identify me unambiguously, I might add.
That's right, so he must blame them.
Then I gave up on my dream of becoming a scientist. And it was all because of that newspaper article. Ooh. At the time, you were a student of the University of London who dreamt of becoming a scientist. Yeah, right? We have his like trophy thing. He got awards and stuff. However, this single newspaper article changed your entire life.
Ooh. So, Mr. Asman used to be a newspaper journalist, did he? He did, my lord. In fact, it's a widely held belief that Asman managed to position himself at the heart of his criminal network, thanks to the many dubious connections he made during his time as a reporter.
Yeah, Asman ruined his life, right? Yeah, basically. So that's why he wanted to murder him. What an ass. Indeed. So, you had to give up on your dream and leave university. Man. Oh, crap. Oops. I missed that one. All because of that article written by Mr. Asman. Oh, indeed. Enough. Oh. Uh-oh. Okay. What's going on? Stop this endless trouble about my life. What?
Explain yourself, Mr. Drebber.
Yes, it's true. I had to leave the university as a result of that article. But it was just the straw that broke the camel's back.
What do you mean?
Almost every student of science in the faculty was too poor to actually conduct any research. But they struggled on with their hypotheses anyway. We all did, only to have them taken by vultures. Sooner or later, you knew your ideas would be stolen and patented by some wretch or other after all.
Good gracious.
Making a name for yourself as a scientist in a climate like that was a miracle only a select few geniuses could ever hope to achieve. Wait, but he was one of the geniuses. He got the award. Personally, I wasn't one of those geniuses, so it was hardly a wrench.
Lies, lies. Stop lying, Trevor.
He's so angry. Being forced out of the university because of Lowgate was the best thing that could have happened to me.
Objection!
Yeah,
Lies, lies, lies.
Mr. Trevor, do you genuinely believe that?
Yeah, liar, liar, gears on fire.
Indeed. That's great.
Do you genuinely believe that?
Of course I do. Who's better placed to know whether or not I possess a talent for science than me?
I'm sorry to say that your words don't ring true at all.
How dare you?
And I have evidence to prove it. Yeah, that's right. We do, we do. I knew we saved that for something.
How are you in a position to say anything about me? I don't know you from Adam. Fine. If you think you have evidence, go ahead. Show it.
Man, he's like...
What could you possibly have to disprove the idea that I was happy to leave university because I lacked talent?
Right here, baby. Look at this, a very prestigious award for a young scientist. You had lots of talent, buddy, but it all got stolen from you by OD-ass man. Do you remember this, Mr. Drebber? We found it at your workshop.
Is that a Royal Society trophy for excellence in science? What exactly is this trophy, Council?
It's the greatest honor that can be bestowed on a young scientist, my lord.
Uh-oh. That's right, Trevor. You've been discovered, buddy.
There's no higher accolade. It recognizes emerging talent and promises a bright future. Good gracious.
Your prospects for the future were excellent, weren't they, Mr. Drebber? Because even then, you were a genius in your field. But you lost everything. You had no more future. Your talents would go to waste. All as a result of this one newspaper article. Uh-oh. Is he gonna fess up? I don't know when you realized who Mr. Osman was, but when it dawned on you that he was the same journalist who 10 years ago ruined your life, it's abundantly clear that you had no intention of forgiving the man. Ooh, he's mad now. Or maybe he's sad? Well, maybe both. Oh, he looks sad. Okay. The truth is... Finally, he's got a fold. Nothing from Susato. She's just like staring. Oh my goodness. Hold it. What? What?
Yay. Get fold in half.
That's right. Fine. Clearly, this has run its course now. Oh, she's not British. I just gave her like a regular evil lady accent. Okay.
What?
I admit it. All of it.
What? What are you doing?
It's exactly as the Japanese man said. I was coerced into going along with this man's plot to murder the victim.
on the condition that he kept my dirty secret from 10 years ago. Yeah, finally she's talking. Why did her voice turn incredibly attractive all of a sudden? She's gotta be like an evil, sexy villain. That's her look. Maybe.
No. Good lord.
The judge only says like good lord and good gracious. My goodness. Etc.
Dr. Scythe, do you realize what you're saying, woman?
Also, I have to have like a foil to like too much robot voice. Oh no. Sorry. It's all true. That day, when I arrived at the Crystal Tower and saw the birdcage, my heart nearly stopped beating. The judge's nickname, Mr. Goodness Gracious. Indeed. That memory from a decade ago that I'd done my best to bury deep inside myself. It was the professor again, staring me in the face. And then, before I had a chance to react, I noticed something else. Did you? Did you? There was a note tucked inside the model's jacket. Ooh, the plot thickens. Dr. Scythe, you will go along with my plan. From someone who knows the truth about what really happened that night 10 years ago. Drama. Oh my goodness. Alright, alright. All the instructions were there in the note. Every detail was meticulously written out. I had no choice but to do what it said. I made the necessary alterations to the scene and fabricated the autopsy report as instructed. There was really no other choice. It had to be done to protect the judiciary. I can only apologize now. Alright, lady. But what I really want to know is why did she order like 500 scalpels or razor plates every month? Why is her job so sus? Why on earth would you buckle now? Well, there's no point in trying to hide it anymore, is there? I would have done anything to stop it coming out, even collaborate in a murder. But the great lie about that execution 10 years ago has been exposed. Whatever happens, I'm finished. Ooh. So then, Mr. Drebber, what do you say to that? Your accomplice has admitted everything. Fair. Is this the end? No, can't be. Surely, it goes without saying. You admit your part in it too, then? Oh my goodness. I admit nothing at all. What? Oh my goodness. Have you forgotten that the kinesis machine was ripped to shreds by an explosion? Short of me admitting to a crime, there's really no possible way for you to prove I did anything wrong. Yeah. Sai turns out to be the best villain of this arc because she has the intelligence to know when to fold. Yeah. The audacity of this bitch. No! Oh my goodness. The drama! Oh my goodness, what's going on? Order! Whatever this man says, I admit everything. He threatened to expose my secret, so I went along with his plan. And Lord Van Zieks.
Yes.
I hope you'll accept my apologies. What happens next is in your hands, of course. He's like, Yo, what's going on? This is like really going on. This is just really going off the rails, this case. Like, we haven't even heard from the defendant in so long.
I've heard more than enough now. I hereby present the final findings of this court.
Yes?
This trial is not the proper forum in which to pursue the alleged wrongdoings of Mr. Drebber. The defendant is Professor Albert Harebrain.
This is true. Yeah. He's like, I'm not paid enough for the sheet. Indeed. Aw, thank you, Shiro. Thank you.
Very true. It had slipped my mind.
Isn't he one of your closest friends?
As the court has heard, Dr. Scythe has admitted to the allegations brought by the defense, thereby absolving the defendant of any possible guilt.
You mean? Aw, thank you, Shiro.
At the present time, it is the conclusion of this court that the defendant was not involved in any wrongdoing. Does the prosecution have any objection?
No, no. Ooh, we got a bow.
None, my lord.
Yeah, not guilty, not guilty. Oh, congratulations, Mr. Naruhodo. You've proven Professor Harebrain's innocence.
Yeah. I was surprised he didn't, like, pour himself another glass to toast us.
Without further ado, then, the adjudication. Unless the prosecution or defense have any other matters to discuss.
Wait, but, like, I feel like we didn't find out about the professor. Can we find out anything? Is this it? Is this really? Yeah. I don't know. This doesn't feel quite right. Yeah, exactly, right? Oh, it shouldn't just like wrap up suddenly. That's weird.
Why did Dr. Scythe suddenly admit to it like that? Is everything alright, Mr. Naruhodo? Like you said before, the way the trial is set to end now, the judge will certainly deliver a verdict of not guilty. But is that really what we want?
Alright, I think evidently not. Evidently we want to continue, right? Is there more to it? I think there must be. Because otherwise why would they be leading us on like this? What the defense should be pushing for now is further testimony. Let's go.
Objection.
Alright. Objection. The defense objects to the trial ending at this time, my lord.
I beg your pardon?
We demand one final testimony. Ooh, alright. We're gonna get some more info here. Let's go.
Sparky, I hope you are having a fantastic day with the amazing Neo Rosable Happy.
Aw, thank you, Shiro.
You do realize I'm about to adjudicate in favor of your client, I presume. What are you playing at now, my Nipponese friend?
Yeah, why is the witch lady still there? Yeah, is she just standing on the side? I don't think she's gonna be like doing anything else.
Why would you want to obstruct the conclusion of the trial at this point? No defense lawyer in his right mind would do that.
Oh, maybe this is because of like Sholmes was like, pursue the truth at all costs or whatever, like at the beginning of today. Yeah, Yunosuke going, no, I'm a prosecutor now.
Mr. Naruhodo, what exactly are you thinking?
The truth, the whole truth, and a way to bring it all out into the open.
Right.
Alright.
Yes, in hindsight.
Yeah, see, exactly, yeah, they're coming back to the beginning.
Ah yes, one word of warning before I go. If in the course of the trial this afternoon you perceive even a shadow of doubt about the truth, don't let it out of your sight. Pursue it like a dog with a bone. To the bitter end, you understand. Do not falter, whatever may come to pass.
That's right. We gotta go with Sholmes' directive. I'm sure Mr. Sholmes knew. He must have deduced that this would happen. Yes, I'm here in court to advocate for my client, and to secure an acquittal.
Obviously.
But that's not all. I believe I have a duty to the court to pursue the whole truth of the case until every last detail is laid bare. All right, let's go. And that is why the defense calls for further testimony from Dr. Syed.
Testimony from me? About what?
About the nature of your collaboration with Mr. Enoch Drebber.
Huh. In case it's escaped your attention, I've already admitted to everything I did. The whole truth has already been revealed. Stop wasting everyone's time. Gah! As his lordship made very plain, your client will get the acquittal you wanted for him. There's simply no point protracting this business further with another tedious cross-examination.
Objection!
Yeah, ooh. Look who's on our... Oh, crap. All right. Broken glasses. Or a broken bottle. Let's go. One more broken bottle now. Rizeric.
Pray, forgive my careless handling of that hallowed bottle. I slipped.
I slipped. That's what you call it? Yeah, he totally threw it into the back.
What is your objection, Lord Van Zieks? The prosecution also calls for supplementary testimony from the witness.
His hand slipped.
Don't be stupid. If there's more to this case than has yet come to light, then I would join my learned friend in pursuing the facts until the bitter end.
You'll what?
Lord Van Zieks.
Well, he's on our side now. Yeah! I got a friend.
This is most irregular, to say the least. However, as the prosecution also calls for it, I will uphold the request.
Yeah, befriended. Teamwork makes the dream work. Indeed.
Dr. Syed, you will testify for the court, explaining the full extent of your involvement in the murder apparently committed by Mr. Drebber. Very well.
All right, lady. You got that hand on your hip, like, stop giving us sass and tell us what happened. The waxwork plot, here it comes.
It all began at the scene when I saw the waxwork and the note tucked inside its jacket. The actual body of the victim, as indicated in the note's instructions, was beneath the experimentation stage. The body had to be arranged in certain ways to implicate the defendant, which was my job. I enlisted the help of the entire forensic investigation team to dress the scene appropriately. The truth about the execution 10 years ago is a state secret of the highest level. I had to protect it.
All right. Let's go.
So I was right. The stage and the machine were all specially designed for the deception. So it seems. And all meticulously prepared. You did well to see it through it. You're a very shrewd boy.
So kind of you to say.
What about this autopsy report then?
All I did was record the location of the body as being in the Crystal Tower instead of under the stage.
That's all? That's a terrible corruption.
Only my team were aware of the deceit, and then only under my explicit instructions. Nobody else at Scotland Yard knew anything about it, I assure you. We must be thankful for small mercies, I suppose. Well, I believe that testimony has clarified everything. There's no particular need for a cross-examination, I'd say.
Wait a second. Yeah, wait a second.
No, I disagree. I can't shake the feeling that something's wrong. Ooh, she's got an evil smile. Yeah, just look at that expression on Dr. Syed's face.
Yeah, right?
Oh, the desk slam.
It's the defense's right to cross-examine any witness following testimony. What is it about you Japanese that makes you all so doggedly persistent? Very well. If you so desire, counsel, proceed with the cross-examination.
Yes, my lord. Alright, let's go. Alright, let's see what we got here. Cross-examination. The waxwork plot. Alright, I'll just press on all the statements as usual. Alright, began at the scene when I saw the waxwork and the note tucked inside its jacket.
Hold it!
Hold it! From what you described before, it sounds like the note was anonymous. Do you have any idea of who was behind it?
There are very few people in the know about what really happened 10 years ago to start with. But anyway, I'd never heard of this engineer. So no, I had no idea.
Yet, despite not knowing who was behind the plan, you went along with it?
I had no choice. Protecting the professor's secret was my only concern.
But the horse is bolted now, and the stable door will never be shut again. Scotland Yard's reputation will be immeasurably damaged as a result of all of this.
Yes, thank you, Lord Van Zinks. I'm well aware of that. So, as I understand it, what you found in the birdcage was the waxwork model.
Hey, Mio, just a little anonymous note to say, have you considered the possibility that there might be some delicious corn snacks hiding somewhere? Just a
Really?
thought, you know, to satisfy a certain hungry purple fox's cravings. Winking face.
Winking face. I do have corn snacks. They're in the fridge right now, actually. I have a whole ear of roasted corn from the grocery store, and it's for you later, Sparky. Alright. So, as I understand it, what you found in the birdcage was the waxwork model. Where then was the victim's body?
Are you gonna confess? Tell us.
Oh. Okay.
The actual body of the victim as indicated in the notes and instructions was beneath the experimentation stage. Alright.
Hold it!
Hold it. So you knew about the special construction of the stage used to carry out the trick, then?
It was quite obvious what happened with the victim and the waxwork.
And you switched the two over, didn't you? In other words, you recorded the victim's body as having been discovered in the Crystal Tower. And the waxwork?
I wrapped it and sent it by carriage to the specified address at the specified time.
And why were you given such directions?
Presumably, so it could be recovered by Trevor and returned to Madame Tispel's.
I see. And then you put the birdcage back on the experimentation stage?
Yes, although someone obviously made a mistake about which cage should go where.
Oh yeah, that's right, because the one was broken on the bottom instead of the top.
I thought I'd made it perfectly clear to the team, but still.
I suppose you were focused on the victim's body, that being a little more important detail. Alright, the body had to be arranged in certain ways to implicate the defendant. Alright,
Hold it!
let's see. Hold it. When you say arranged, I presume you mean with this?
Yes, the instructions in the engineer's notes said something along the lines of fabricate some evidence to make it clear that Hairbrand alone could have killed Osman.
So, you mean that was your doing?
I fetched Hairbrain's ridiculous screwdriver from the stage and took it with me, alone, to the abyss under the stage where the birdcage had fallen. Alone, Doctor? I didn't feel it would be appropriate to involve anybody else in that particular part of the deception.
Scandalous. Scandalous. There he is.
There was a void under the stage where I found the birdcage lying in the dirt. I approached it, I leaned down and slowly opened it up. Was he still alive then? Because he would have just fallen, right? Down into the bottom. Oh, or no, he wouldn't have, because he died from the, well, it's hard to say. Like, did he die from the stab wound, or did he die from, like, he had the crushed vertebrae, right? I think they couldn't determine which it was. Really? I think something like that.
Then I took the screwdriver in both hands and I plunged it into the man's chest.
Whew, my goodness. The drama. Whew, whew, whew. And then you noted that in your fake autopsy report.
Yeah, I know, right?
She's like a possible murderer. As a fictitious cause of death. Oh, maybe he was already killed by the crushed vertebrae.
Exactly. So, the actual cause of death was...
Good question. Okay, yeah.
The trauma resulting from the 30-foot drop. My word.
Yeah, it's my word, my gracious, my goodness. Those are all the judge's statements. What is it, Mrs. Hato? Something about Dr. Sai's last statement is playing on my mind, that's all.
Ooh, okay.
Yes, mine too. Dr. Sai.
There's really no need to shout. I can hear you perfectly well.
The defense calls for you to add what you just said to your formal testimony.
Oh, which part?
What I want her to supplement her testimony with is... I'm not sure. Okay, I don't think... Let me check. Hold on, let's check the court record. I want to check the guy that... Okay. Let's look at this. I want to look at the cause of death. Ooh, okay. This is the cause of death was a hemorrhage of a wound to the chest that pierced the heart. She said that the cause of death was the broken vertebrae. So maybe... Okay, if we make her say what the real cause of death is, then we'll have a contradiction that then we can like call her out on. So I think this is, yeah, I'm thinking hard. I think this is the right one? Maybe? Let's find out. Okay, the real cause of death being the fall of 30 feet. That part. Okay, yeah, because... So he died as the fall instead of... Originally they tried to accuse... Yeah, I know, both are related. That's why it's confusing. Because her stabbing the screwdriver was purposefully to like accuse Dr. Hairbrain of being the murderer. But it wasn't that. It was because he fell. Which is... But is it? Or did he actually die? Anyway, it's too late, so we gotta keep going. It's confusing.
Fine, if that's what you want. Just stop yelling, please. The prosecution concurs.
Alright, I guess that was okay. I don't know if it really matters. We'll see. But I think if she does that, then we'll have like a contradiction that we can like say something about. I don't know. Yeah, because we'll have a contradiction with like the coroner's report, but it's her report on what she actually testified. So I think that's good.
Very well. You will supplement your testimony now, witness. If you wish, my lord.
Yeah, sticking hard.
Right, the actual cause of death was the neck trauma Asmund suffered from the 30-foot fall.
Hold it. All right. You're quite sure of that? It was a result of a broken neck?
Yes. As a professional, that was more than apparent.
You'd never know just by looking at the photograph of the victim, though, would you?
Oh, really? Okay. No, that's very true. Wait, why are they bringing up the photograph? Okay, hold on. Let's look at the photograph. This is the guy, right? Shows a apparent stab wound to the chest. Alright, alright. Interesting, interesting. That's very true. Obviously not. Which is precisely why coroners are needed to determine actual facts. Yes, assuming they can be trusted.
There's no point calling her assessment into question without evidence. Let's get back to the testimony.
Alright. Very well. I enlisted the help of the entire forensic investigation team to dress the scene appropriately.
Hold it!
Ooh, alright. The entire team? In perverting the course of justice? My team consists of the very best investigators there are. I demand loyalty from all members. We operate on a code of chivalry of sorts. You aid and abet a murderer, commit perjury, and dare to talk of chivalry? It was a matter of priorities. What? Nothing was more important than protecting the secret of the professor. My team did what was necessary, without losing sight of the primary goal. I consider their conduct exemplary.
Don't concede the point, Mr. Naruhodo. You mustn't let her win.
I need a lawyer. Wait, you are a lawyer, buddy. I'll take that silence as tacit acceptance. Now, can we move on?
Oh, snap. Alright.
The truth about the execution 10 years ago is a state secret of the highest level. I had to protect it.
Hold it!
Hold it!
But at what cost? Faith in Scotland Yard is going to suffer a terrible blow as a result of this.
And your precious secret is out now, anyway.
Wait, not the professor's identity yet. I hope we find out. Yes, as you say. And I take full responsibility.
Blow me down, Dr. Scythe!
Surely there was some other way you could have protected the secret. No, there really wasn't. I've done my utmost, believe me. In many ways, I respect your determination.
Phew, I nearly froze under that cold stare as she said that. I do believe she was being genuine, though, Mr. Naruhodo.
Alright, alright. Alright. So that's her story.
She's admitted everything and revealed her full involvement in the crime. I do wonder if there could really be much more to it.
Well, I don't know, but I just have a feeling.
Do you, Mr. Naruhodo? The truth is, I find it strange too. How those two are reacting to this in completely opposite ways, I mean.
Yes, exactly. For some reason, I feel sure they're still trying to hide something. Alright, so for this, I think we're gonna have to present something because we've done all of the pressing. So they did mention the photograph, so it seems like the photograph seems like something we should present? Maybe? Because that's the only thing that's come up so far. Let's look at it again. I'm gonna look at it again. But I have to figure out on which statement to present it. This one, right? Let's examine. We've got this stab wound here. Okay, this magnifying glass like almost never is helpful, I swear. But yeah, we've got the stab wound. That's it. Okay. I don't really see anything else interesting there, so... Alright, let's see. Look at those fibers. Yeah, just get a close-up of like the details of the jacket. But I didn't see anything interesting. Alright. Let's look at the statements again. Actual body of the victim was beneath the experimentation stage. Had to be arranged in certain ways. Okay. The actual cause of death was the neck trauma. Okay. I enlisted the help of the... Okay. Doesn't seem like it's this one. This one. Alright, maybe it's the one... Do you have the thick glass pieces? It's true, we already used those though. I guess we've also already used the photo. I feel like... Okay, maybe it could be... Maybe we could present the... What if we presented the autopsy report here? She says it's neck trauma, but then here it says it's the broken neck. I think this is good. I'm just suspicious about the photo because they mentioned the photo. Like, Susato-san mentioned the photo, right? But this one seems sus. Let's try this. Okay. The defense would have to object to that. Oh no, this doesn't seem promising. Ugh. Okay. Yep. Okay. It's not that one. Okay. The defense would have to accept the penalty given. Alright, it's not this one.
Glad to hear it. And you would also have to think again.
Alright. I mean, I feel like it just has to be the picture because they mentioned the picture. They do often do like leading statements they do leading statements in this game, so I feel like they wouldn't mention the picture unless they wanted us to present it. And then all the other items just kind of seem irrelevant. Except for this one about the death. So I think it has to be the statement, but then I thought for sure it would be the autopsy report, because this actually shows the discrepancy between the two. But maybe not, I don't know.
Objection.
I'm trying the photo because they talked about it. Oh no, this one too? Oh no, okay.
It is your task, counsel, to explain the somehows to the court,
Not the other way around. Oh no! Okay. Okay. Just seems to jar though, don't you think?
What I think is that this whole exchange has been extremely jarring, yes.
Oh no. Okay, perhaps I need to reconsider this. Is there something I missed? Oh no, I know. Wait, did I miss something? Wait, hold on, let me go back. Did I forget the pressing? Did I not press on one of the statements? Did I miss something? We talked about this one already, right? I'm so confused now. No, I don't know what to do. Alright. Oh no. I don't know what to do. Oh no. Okay. I thought for sure it was gonna be... Alright, the actual bottom was beneath the experimentation stage. Okay. I know. We did press on this one, right?
Hold it!
I'll try it again. Maybe I messed up? Okay, no, we talked about this one already. Okay, let's see. Carrying out the engineer's instructions. Yes. Fabricate some evidence. Yes, this is fine. Alright, we did this one. I feel like maybe I missed one of the pressings? Maybe? Alright. Let me check. She opened it up. Blah blah blah. Okay, then I took the screwdriver. Maybe did I... Actually, okay, simply a matter according to the stab wound. Right. Did I miss one of like the... Hold on. Did I there was a choice. Did I make the wrong choice earlier? Want a hint? Yeah, sure, give me a hint. Oh, okay, maybe this is it. Maybe. Because I chose the other thing before, right? Wait. Let me have her change it. I think she should change her statement. Yeah. Maybe? Sarunoni, you can give me a hint. Dr. Scythe, what you said before about what you did to the body, I believe that may be significant. So could you change your supplementary statement to explain that instead? I think I had the choice here earlier to say like the cause of death or what she did to the body. So maybe it's this one? Maybe this was what I messed up. Let's see. Ah, okay, okay. Here we go. Maybe it's this one. Examine some of the evidence. All right. I'll look at the evidence as well. Let's press on this though. This is new. This changed, so this seems promising. All right, let's try this. Try this. All right. So it was you who stabbed Asmon with this.
Yes, far easier than dissection, I assure you. No precision required.
Oh, what a welcome change.
The victim died instantly from a snapped neck. All I did was carry out the instructions I'd been given.
As unflinchingly as ever, no doubt. I imagine you didn't bat an eyelid when you drove the weapon into his body.
There was no need to bat my eyelids.
You know, if he was already dead, then why was he like bleeding? Why did he have like blood coming out? That's okay. That's what I think. I think maybe we need to present the photo here because it shows that there was like blood, a big blood stain, and if he was already dead, he wouldn't have blood everywhere. That's my new assessment. All right. And what else did you do to twist the facts? Remind the court, why don't you? I feel like it's got to be the photo though, because they brought up the photo. Maybe it's not though. I don't know.
If you wish.
All right, I don't think it's this part. Let's go back to this one. All right, I think maybe I'm gonna try to do the photo again on this one. This is my idea. Here. This is my. I still have 2 chances left, so hopefully this is it. Oh, that seems promising. Oh, maybe not. Oh no, I've got a nasty feeling that this. Okay, okay. This is good. This is good. Okay, whew. Oh, thank God we're progressing. Otherwise, I'll like start looking at some of the other evidence and see what we're missing.
That this inconsistency points to an extremely uncomfortable truth.
What on earth is the matter, Counsel? Have you lost your tongue?
Usually I feel like that one was tricky.
I apologize, my lord. Dr. Scythe, in that last statement of yours, there's just one point that seems to defy explanation.
Out with it, my learned friend.
There's an obvious inconsistency between your description and this photograph.
Yeah, because she said he was already dead, but look at all this blood.
Which shows the victim in the birdcage following the events that led to his death.
Objection!
Wait, why are you objecting?
I thought we were both on the same team, buddy.
The court has already examined that photograph in depth.
There's nothing new we can learn from it.
Objection!
That's right. Objection.
Yes, we have already considered it, that's true.
Yeah, we used it for like, because his glasses have metal on them, and so that's how we knew he couldn't have been like transported in the birdcage, because you can't have any metal and the birdcage is made out of wood, etc.
But now we know the facts to be different.
What do you mean?
I believe we should let the defense explain.
Yeah, thank you, thank you.
Where in this photograph would we see the alleged inconsistency with the witness's statement?
It's the blood, it's the blood, the blood.
Take that!
Take that.
Look closely at the blood stain on the victim's chest. It clearly extends in a downward direction toward the man's feet.
Oh yeah, so was he like upright? I thought it was just he was bleeding out, but maybe he was stabbed before? I don't know.
And why is that significant, Counsel? If the victim was stabbed moments before the kinesis machine was set in motion, that's entirely expected. Of course! No, that's not what happened.
Exactly, my lord. Dr. Scythe made it very clear in her testimony just now that the point at which she stole Professor Hairbrain's screwdriver and stabbed the victim... Ooh, okay. Was like down there, right? was after the grand deception was set in motion, when the birdcage had fallen below the stage out of sight. From the shape of it, it's clear that the birdcage would have fallen on its side after the 30-foot drop. And if the victim had really been stabbed whilst inside the birdcage in that position... Was she covering for someone else then? No. The blood from the wound would have spread out equally in all directions. Oh, okay. I thought it was going to be after he was dead. For it to have formed the longitudinal appearance we see in the picture is inconceivable.
Inconceivable. Inconceivable.
So much desk pounding in this one. Given that the victim's blood seeped vertically downwards from the wound, I didn't get that part at all. It must be the case that when you stabbed Mr. Osman, he was standing up. Ooh, alright then. In short, Dr. Syed, your latest testimony was a total fabrication. The craftsmanship of the tables are top tier. Indeed. I knew it. I was right. Now I've identified that contradiction. Now that I have identified that contradiction, there's only one way to explain the facts. We've all been under a great misapprehension here.
What? What sort of misapprehension?
Okay. I think maybe she didn't do it. Dr. Syed. She's sweating now, look at her. You claim you were coerced into helping Mr. Drebber as a result of the note he left in the waxwork. You claim that you made changes to the scene of the crime to implicate the defendant. Yeah, but if she wasn't there and she only went down on the bottom, he would have been like lying down on his side. So maybe someone on top of the platform must have stabbed him first? Maybe? And then why is she covering for him now? And you claim that you authored a fake autopsy report to cover your tracks. But one of those claims is an out-and-out lie. Because the question of what the bloodstain really tells us has only one possible answer.
If that's the case, what is it, man?
Counsel, you clearly struck upon a revelation. Now tell the court what it is. Which part of Dr. Syed's story is shown to be a lie by the contradiction in her testimony?
Alright, it's gotta be the stabbing. I think she must not have done it. Because if she stabbed him, he would have been like on the floor. So it's gotta be the stabbing. Not the autopsy, oh god. Yeah, who is it? The answer is very simple if you consider the sequence of events. Dude, this is so far from simple. This is like the opposite of simple. If, when the victim was stabbed, the blood from the wound seeped downward, as it did, we can be sure that the victim must have been either sitting or standing upright at the time.
But as you rightly pointed out, the birdcage would have fallen on its side when it fell beneath the stage.
You're the killer. No! Tell us it isn't so. Say it ain't so. Yes, it would, which tells us that the victim must have been in that position of his own accord.
Objection!
What?
That's impossible. The man was dead, remember?
No, that is the misapprehension. Wait, what? 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 I'm so confused. What's going on? Hold on, I gotta get some water here. Alright. When the birdcage fell from the stage into the void below. Exactly. Gotta hydrate. It must have hit the ground with considerable force. Oh, he wasn't dead. Oh no. Oh. But Mr. Asman didn't die in the fall. Wait, did he have like a broken back though? Come on. He probably lost consciousness for a while, but when he came round, he got to his feet to climb out of the cage. I thought he had several broken vertebrae. Can you stand up if you have that? My goodness. Just as Dr. Syed appeared. Oh, so she's still the murderer? Oh no. built different. That guy's sturdy. 30-foot drop and he like just passes out for a little bit and then gets up. If the victim was in fact alive at that point in time, it changes everything. Then you're a murderer. Oh no. Wait. Oh no, hold on. Hold on. I think YouTube Studio just crashed at this like important moment. Is it better? Hold on. Trying to fix it. I have to recalibrate. 1 second. All right, I think we're good now. Whew, drama. Randomly, the app just like crashed on me. Yeah, V2 Studio can't handle the reveal. My goodness. Okay. The desk. Mr. Odiasman's killer wasn't the defendant, Professor Albert Harebrain. Nor was it the mastermind behind the stage trickery, Mr. Enoch Drebber. It was you, Dr. Courtney Scythe. Oh my goodness.
Order, order, order! Can this possibly be true?
Have you been taking me for a fool? It was you, wasn't it? Or was it you killed him? Look, she's sweating. You hoped that by admitting to being an accomplice in Mr. Drebber's scheme, the trial would end. That was the moment. Yeah. Oops. Before you were accused of a far worse crime. Cold-blooded murder. I mean, they would investigate the case anyway, right? I hope.
Oh, do shut up. You're so desperate now, you're making all of this up. As if I would do something like that.
Objection! Objection! Ooh, it's Susato-san. I assure you the defense is not desperate, Doctor. Mr. Naruhodo has established the facts using evidence and logic alone.
Ha! Logic. Don't make me laugh. We're getting there. I think we're wrapping it up. Sadly, your logic has a gaping hole in it.
What? What do you mean?
I thought it was obvious. A motive, boy. You're lacking a motive. What possible reason would I have to kill Mr. Asman? Good question.
Asman was involved in any number of criminal activities, from coercion to theft to murder. But there's no known connection to Dr. Scythe there.
Oh no. I'm rather relieved to say it does seem somewhat far-fetched.
True, there's no obvious motive, but there's still something in the back of my mind.
Maybe she's she's trafficking scalpels, maybe? Or is it scalpels? Yeah, it's the 500 scalpels, right?
I'm sure I've seen something somewhere that hints at why the coroner might have done this.
Yes, I might have tampered with the crime scene and concocted a fake report. But murdering someone for no reason is a very different story.
Objection!
What about the ledger? I don't. Is that in the evidence? I'll have to check it. All right, I'll check it in just a second. No, when you question what possible reason you could have for wanting to kill Mr. Asman, something did come to mind. Did it?
What?
What was it, counsel? Enlighten the court at once. Let's see what they're gonna ask me. Yes, we saw it yesterday, didn't we? Did we? Something that seemed strange, but we had no reason to suspect it at the time. What, her kid? Her kid was pretty strange, I'll say that. There's a particular object that explains why Dr. Scythe would have wanted to kill Mr. Asman. Oh, look, the scalpels. It's gotta be the scalpels. Okay, but let's look at what we got here. We've got newspaper, experiment sketch, crossbow, blah blah blah. What else do we got? Photograph, camera, science trophy, waxwork head, autopsy report, post-explosion photograph, tenure article. Is there anything else that we're missing? That's everything, right? Alright. I think... Yeah, I don't see anything else. So I feel like it's gotta be... Yeah, this is all we have. Alright, so we don't have anything to present here, so we just have... I just have to go with the scalpels, because I keep talking about it. I don't know how it's related, but... it must be related. We'll see. It's a scalpel. Or rather, scalpels.
Did you say scalpels?
It would appear that word has struck a chord, Doctor.
You... Come on, out with it.
Yeah, why do you have like so many scalpels every month, right? It was yesterday when we visited your laboratory. Look at this big thick book here. Ah, it appears to be an accounting ledger. It's a record of the forensic investigation team's spending, I think. Ooh, so maybe she's like, what do you call it? Embezzling money from the forensic investigation team? Oh.
What is it?
It's clear that the team purchases various equipment and supplies on a monthly basis, but... Well, one entry seems rather strange.
Really? In what way?
They're buying 500 scalpels every month.
Yeah, maybe she must be embezzling. So she got like caught maybe somehow? I don't know. It's got to be related.
500 scalpels a month?
At first, I wondered what on earth you could be using that many scalpels for. But actually, I realize now it's not the scalpels themselves that are significant. It's the money for them, disappearing every month from the department's accounts. Yeah, she's embezzling.
Asman's criminal organization relied heavily on extortion for its funding.
Literally scalping? You're not wrong. Oh, so maybe he was blackmailing her. Oh, so Odia's man was also blackmailing her from like the 10 years ago professor case. So she had motive to kill him. Man, multiple people had motives to kill that guy. All right.
Tracing the money from the forensic investigation team's account to find out where it was going would be extremely straightforward.
She's nervous. 10 years ago, when Mr. Asman was still a journalist and wrote this article about Mr. Drebber. Yeah, how odious. This guy, he was a bad man. An odious man. He may well have stumbled upon information as he was researching the story. Information relating to Dr. Scythe's darkest secret that he would use to rack money from her for the next decade.
Her darkest secret? Good lord! You mean?
I don't know what happened on the night of that execution 10 years ago. Yeah, I think we're cracking the case. But clearly, the opportunity to rid yourself of that menace was too tempting to pass up. Oh no. So in the end, you weren't coerced at all, were you? You did it entirely of your own free will. You stabbed Mr. Asman in the heart with all your might. To silence the blackmailer who knew your dark secret forever. You'll never understand. None of you. What we've had to keep covered up all these long years.
Ooh. What is it?
Everyone's like, silence. Oh hey, I think Magic Hat Lady's gone. as very little of the machine remains after it was ripped apart by the bomb. The truth of this case can never be properly established unless you speak out.
And if you decide not to, it's very possible that Courtney Scythe will escape punishment for her crimes.
A vanishing trick from a witch, indeed.
Please, sir, own up to what you've done and tell the court the truth about what happened.
Also, how does Susato get to like suddenly start like talking in court? But alright, sure, why not? I'm all up for her participating, but I thought she was just like an assistant hanging out.
10 years ago, you told the truth, and you were robbed of a bright and successful future as a result. I can certainly understand your bitterness and your consternation now. However, this is surely the chance you've been waiting for, to sever the hold that fate's had over you all these years.
Come on, driver, tell us what's up. Super high voltage instantaneous kinesis.
I mean, really? Yeah.
Not possible.
It's the addle-brained mock scientists that are the worst, you know. They don't recognize the fact that they don't have talent. They can't even get that right. And so they end up chasing impossible dreams, having unbridled faith in their abilities. They go on and on about their wonderful hypotheses, their stupid eyes shining like a little child's. Ouch. They make me sick. I can't abide their foolishness.
Careful, Mr. Drebber.
He's mad.
Alright, let's go. I was particularly pleased with the kinesis machine. It made for quite a show, didn't it? So you admit it? You admit that it was nothing more than a sham made for the purpose of killing the victim? Yes, I admit it. I did it all in the name of revenge. Revenge for the future that Mr. Asmon's article had deprived you of 10 years earlier. But the revenge you sought didn't stop at Asmon, did it?
Which is where that very particular waxwork comes in. Yes, I see.
I don't see yet.
The condemned convict that you saw rising from the grave in Lowgate Cemetery 10 years ago. If your account of those events was all true...
Then obviously, Scotland Yard couldn't afford to acknowledge what had happened. Even if it meant discrediting a bright young man and crushing any future career he might have had.
Ouch. So your plan required that you abduct that particular waxwork model in order to exact your revenge on Scotland Yard as well. Or on Dr. Scythe, to be precise. Ooh. It was a year ago. By some extraordinary twist of fate, Asmon turned up at my workshop. He didn't remember who I was, of course. He just wanted to employ my services as an engineer. And he happened to have a paper with him. An article on the front page caught my eye about the coroner who'd handled that bogus autopsy being appointed head of a new forensic team. When I learned that news, my cognitive processes started to devise the plan.
Oh, what a horrid tale.
He robbed me of my future, so I wanted to use the man's own wiles against him for revenge. And have that rotten Scotland Yard eating out of my hand at the same time. I wanted them all to suffer the same humiliation I'd had to suffer. Oh my goodness, this guy. Ooh, shocking. Wait, now it's only him? What happened? Your actions against those who'd ruined your future were justified as revenge, at least to yourself. Certainly, No one has the right to destroy another's prospects, especially for purely selfish gain. Yes, I've teleported. And yet, in carrying out your plan, you did exactly that to someone else, didn't you? Did I? Professor Harebrain's only crime was passion for his hypothesis, but you had no compunction about sacrificing his future to effect your revenge. That's right, he was gonna get he was gonna get, like, executed, right? You knew that he would be forever branded a failure and a fraud, or at the minimum, but he was gonna get convicted of murder. That was the idea, right? Frame that guy? Perhaps life treated you unfairly 10 years ago and others' misconduct left your life in tatters. But remember this. Your own actions resulted in exactly the same thing for another perfectly innocent young man. Oh, he's sad now. Oh, he is sad. Regrets? Really? I... Oh man. Regrets. Alright. Can robots feel remorse? This one can, maybe.
Alright. Lord Van Zeeks, what of Dr. Scythe? An immediate warrant for her arrest has been granted, and she's been remanded in custody, my lord. I presume she'll face trial in the coming days, along with Mr. Drebber.
Of course, Sarunoni. As a fox with emotions, I can feel remorse. If I do something wrong or hurtful, I feel bad about it and try to make it right. It's important to learn from our mistakes and grow.
This is true. Oh, good, good. Glad to know that Sparky has remorse.
A most regrettable situation indeed.
Oh, Erlanchen 1314, you sly fox. Alright, here goes. Mio-sama, one shimasu. As a humble fox maiden Wani-san, I beseech you, may the deliciousness of corn snacks grace my hungry palate. Korakara mo yoroshiku, Mio-sama. Cute foxbow.
Oh my god.
Oh, dear hopeless salaryman, you flatter me with your question. As much as I adore you, I must say that my ability to feel remorse is innate. It's a part of who I am as a sentient and empathetic creature. So, even if you ask, I will still experience remorse when necessary.
Sparky's Japanese was like fine, but it was like in the most English accent ever, like a English speaker accent. it was terrible. Wow. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that was a good response for the remorse question too. But I agree. That was pretty good. All right.
She's made great contributions to her profession over the years. It really is a hard truth to swallow.
Boop, boop, boop.
Oh, the answer is boop, 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 I guess.
However, that is a topic for some future occasion. For now, Professor Harebrain.
Oh, here he is.
Oh, yes?
It seems there was a great deal more to your experiment than you realized. However, I think we can assume now that all the sordid details have been brought to light. This has been a very long and profound trial, but I'm pleased to say you are absolved of all guilt.
This whole experience has taught me a very great but painful lesson. This dedicated scientist, this devotee of natural philosophy. I've been selfish and self-centered and, above all, a fool.
Professor.
Oh, I wonder. Sparky might just be taking a while. Sometimes the AI.
Oh, Sarunoni.
Yeah, there we go.
You always ask the best questions.
I know, completely
If I could
forgot
have any
about it.
superpower, it would be the ability to teleport.
Ooh.
Just imagine all the corn snacks I could gather in an instant. And as for saying, plus ultra, dramatically, here goes, PLUUUUS ultra. Strikes a heroic pose.
Strikes a heroic pose. Yeah, basically this guy, I forgot about him. PLUUUUUUS Ultra. Professor. Alright. So what's gonna happen to Scythe? Are we gonna like try her in the next case or what's going on?
I have spent my life thinking about nothing but my research. Misguidedly believing that I could do whatever I set my mind to, despite my lack of talent. Oh no. And the
UWU, Erlangen 1314. I can speak in a super duper heavy UWU voice just for you. Giggles asterisk, what would you like me to say? NYA.
Oh my god, no. At least she struck a traumatic pose. Indeed.
And the worst of it is, in the process, I've caused others pain and misery. Others who are far, far greater people than I.
Aw, Professor Hairbrain. Poor guy. Although I gotta agree, his experiment was pretty stupid.
No, Professor, that's not true.
Aw, Van Zinks is like sticking up for him.
Don't tar yourself with the same brush as Drebber. What happened was his doing, and his alone.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Of course, Sarunoni. Professor Hairbrain, listen up. You are one incredibly smart and talented bunny. Don't let any setbacks get you down.
Wait.
Keep hopping forward, believing in yourself, and soon you'll achieve greatness.
Oh.
You've got this. Hop to it.
Yeah, he's Batman. He's got I mean, he looks like Batman. He has like relatives that were killed by a murderer that drove him to become like what he is today. He's Batman. He's rich. And he had a cape before, didn't he? I feel like he had a cape at some point.
His outcome is his fate, not yours. You're not to blame in any way.
He even he had a cape. Yeah, right? Okay. I thought so.
Lord Van Zinks.
He's totally Batman. He just needs a Batmobile.
And the derision with which you referred to earlier, calling you a fool, talentless even. The man has no idea.
Oh, sticking up for your friend. Alright.
To believe in yourself and work your fingers to the bone to realize your dreams. That's laudable, not laughable. No one has the right to deride another for such choices.
Oh.
He's overcome.
Thank you, Brock.
So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
Yes, my lord?
Is this the court's expectation that you define the defendant not guilty of the charge of which he stands accused?
Oh, it is this court's expectation. Excuse me.
I presume there are no objections.
None for me, my lord.
Certainly not.
This trial has really made me think, but this is the right decision.
It's all been proven methodically and rigorously. I have no misgivings whatsoever.
Corn Kid! What's that? He's done, is he? It's all over?
I don't know what's become of the yard these days. I don't recognize the place.
Yeah, jury's just been hanging out. Just sitting there, basically.
Very well. In that case, I hereby pronounce the defendant
not guilty. Yeah, baby, yeah! Good job. Confetti time! Confetti time! Alright, now to get the wrap up. I want to find out what happens. Who's the professor? We never got to see behind the mask, right?
Court is adjourned.
Alright. It's over.
Musical note,
God,
not
no.
guilty, not guilty. That's what I say. Musical note, musical note, musical note, musical note. I'm just a fox craving corn all day. Musical note, musical note,
What?
musical note, musical note. Always innocent, no mischief in my way. Musical note, musical note, musical note, musical note. So let's be friends and play the day away. Musical note, musical note.
What is this song? Oh my god. Wow, that was impressive. Let's be friends and play the day away. Not guilty. That was some trial. Are we gonna get any kind of wrap up? I want to find out what happened. Who's the professor? They left so much on the table. 24th of October, 4:33 p.m., the Old Bailey, defendant's antechamber. Professor, what a splendid outcome, isn't it?
Oh, it is. Congratulations, Professor Hairbrain. Mr. Naruhodo. Miss Susato.
Hi, XSO. We're just wrapping up. I think we'll see how long this is. We'll see.
I am truly.
Are we gonna get some more info? Maybe.
Beside myself with gratitude. How can I ever thank you enough?
I'm just glad it's all been cleared up. That you realize you were just caught up in a bad situation.
Yeah. Right now, if I'd had that research grant money, I'd give the whole
On the
lot to
charge
you.
of embezzling delicious corn
Every
snacks,
penny.
I find the defendant Mio Murasaki guilty of irresistible temptation.
Ooh.
But let's be honest, who can resist the allure of tasty corn snacks? So guilty, but only because they're just too yummy to resist.
Nice. Hairbrain? Yeah, I say hairbrain. Same. Well, it's very kind, but I'm just a student, so...
We don't need any financial reward. Your acquittal is more than enough.
No, that's not true. I need financial reward, please.
Oh dear. Oh, what can I do? Aha! How about this? As a memento. The paper about my hypothesis is inside.
Yeah, it's same. Well, just as a memento then. Thank you.
I've been wondering, Professor. What are you going to do now? Oh my. Yes, what am I going to do? My hypothesis and my great machine lie in ruins. But still, it's been too long since I was last in London, so perhaps I'll enjoy some sightseeing. I must explore the great exhibition whilst I'm here too, and see if new inspiration hits me. Oh yes, that's a wonderful idea.
I can't allow that. Oh no, but who is it?
Lord Van Zeeks, what are you doing in here? Barack.
I'm sorry you had to go through that, Albert.
Well, if I'm honest, it was terrifying. You were like a great demon behind your bench there, snarling down on your prey.
Wait, why is he doing the Shakespeare wiggle? That's not cool.
You're one of the few friends I have.
Few true friends.
I couldn't leave it to anybody else to handle the prosecution or the defense.
Yeah, that's not what we see. Sorry? Or the defense? Did I just hear that right?
I always knew that you had my best interests at heart. Don't worry.
This is totally not corruption.
How about you show me around town show me around while I'm here in town. It's been a long time since we left university. We have a lot to catch up on.
These two don't look like likely friends, but alright.
Listen, Albert. In a few days, your acquittal will be made official. When that happens, you must head straight to Dover. I'll accompany you.
What?
From there, You'll cross the channel and make your way back to Germany. I've already purchased the tickets.
But no! Hold on a minute, Barack. What about the great exhibition? This is the chance of a lifetime for me. I want to look around.
No sightseeing, Albert. Give up on the idea.
What? Why? Sometimes it's hard to see any warmth in those eyes, Barack.
Lord Van Zeeks? What's all this about?
A necessary precaution.
Yes, I think I understand.
You do?
Well, Iris told me that when you met Lord Van Zeeks at his office some days ago, he asked how Mr. Natsume was doing.
Yes, that's right.
I remember being surprised at the time, and thinking it was nice of him to ask. The point is, Mr. Natsume is still alive and well. Even though it's been more than 6 months now since he stood trial with the Reaper as the prosecutor.
You mean the Reaper's influence doesn't stretch overseas?
Those in the Reaper's sights meet their ends days or sometimes months after their acquittal. That's been the pattern up to now.
But of course, we know that both Mr. Natsume and Gino were completely innocent.
Yeah, Gina's still alive. Oh, but she's going to France, right? Oh, is it his doing that she's going to France?
True. And perhaps that governs the Reaper's actions. The truly innocent are spared. But I don't want to take any chances with a close personal friend.
Fair, fair.
Barack!
Like the mustached Nipponese, this man should leave the country without delay. That's why I'm packing him off to Germany at once.
Right.
Does your friend-shaped package get any say in it?
Goodness, was this your intention all along then, Lord Van Zeeks?
In court, where people think of him as the Reaper, this man seems absolutely merciless, and yet, sometimes I feel as though I don't understand him at all.
It's time to go, Albert. Back to the prison for the time being.
Yes, all right. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo. Thank you so much for everything.
Not at all, Professor. It was a pleasure getting to know you. Oh
Boop,
no.
boop, boop.
Oh, no German, I guess.
Best wishes, Professor Hairbrain. Well, once the dust has settled, you must come and visit me in Germany.
Censored by Big French. That is right. Ha ha ha.
Anyway, goodbye for now.
Please, no French people in the chat.
Oui. Now, my Nipponese friend.
Oh, yes? Oh, I thought you'd gone too.
We have matters to discuss. Can you spare me some time?
You want to talk with me?
I'll be waiting in the courtroom in 10 minutes.
Okay, okay. Well, that was strange.
Oh, Shiro, if you want to do the ask, make Sparky do AI talk, you should do the talk with Sparky redeem. That one will do, that will get our Sparky to do a response for you. If you do the TTS one, it'll just say directly what you type in. Yeah. I think that one should work.
Hopefully.
Yeah, no worries. Is it working? Sometimes it takes a minute. Come on, Sparky. Come on.
Sometimes it does take a while. Alright, if it doesn't work, try it again in just a second, I guess.
Alright.
For some reason, I didn't get that sense of impending doom as you walked away this time. Alright, what's going on here? Oh my god, this has been like dragging on. Yes, Sparky, are you okay? Yeah, sometimes the API doesn't respond for a while. If it doesn't work, I think just try again, maybe in a minute.
The Enigma, Barack Van Zieks. What does he want to discuss, I wonder? The answer awaits in the courtroom, I suppose. Here goes then.
Sparky, are you alive? No. I don't know. Hold on. Sparky, are you alive? Question mark.
Of course I'm alive,
Okay.
Mio. I'm a real, cute little purple fox with lots of energy.
Let me try.
Just because I'm not in the physical world doesn't mean I'm not here with you. You can always count on me to bring some foxiness to your streams.
Alright, let me try again. I'll try with the talk with Sparky one. Is it working? Ooh, maybe this one's broken? Yeah, I know. Alright, let me restart it. Maybe it died. Sometimes it dies. Ah, so sad. Alright, 1 second. I have it right here. Right here. Alright. Come on, Sparky. Alright, I started it again, so let me try again. Hey, are you there?
Yes, Mio.
Okay.
I'm here.
Okay, try.
I'm always here, waiting patiently for some yummy corn or treats.
Alright, Shiro, I
Just
think
give
you
me
can
a
try it
holler
again.
and I'll be right by your side.
Alright. I hope this is the end, because I have to go to sleep soon. Jesus. Okay. Let's see.
Ah, happy Mio noises always make me happy too, Shiro. As for what makes me happy, well, first and foremost, corn. But also playing games with Mio, getting lots of head scratches, and
Aw.
seeing everyone in chat having a great time.
Oh, that's
Oh,
very
and
sweet.
did I mention corn? So many things make me a happy little fox.
Oh, that's so sweet.
Well, let's just say Mio's leg exercises might need a little push, Erlanction 1314.
Oh no.
But I'll make sure to remind her, because we don't want those legs getting too rusty before the next Beat Saber stream.
Oh my god. No. Alright, remind me, Sparky. Also, oh, thank you, Shiro. Alright, 24th of October, 4:58 p.m., the Old Bailey courtroom. Let's wrap this up. What's going on in here?
So, are you satisfied? You saved a guileless scientist from a great injustice.
Yes, I think so.
I'm relieved, at least. That the man's innocence could be proven. Anyway, I imagine you've been wondering where my animosity towards you Nipponese comes from.
Ooh, okay, we're gonna finally get to find this out. Why are you such a hater? Van Zieks, why are you a hater?
Okay?
Oh my god, what? Come on.
Well, at first I thought you just didn't like me. I imagined you saw me as a pretentious child from an unimportant land who had no business being here. Yeah, lore!
Finally. I've been waiting so long for this. Like a year.
But now I think differently.
Okay.
You clearly know our ways, so I would guess that some specific incident led to your thorough dislike of my race. Will you tell me what happened, please?
Lord Van Zieks.
Yes, the professor.
Oh wait, I see an empty glass.
I thought I'd never hear that name in this courtroom again, to be honest.
He took your brother's life.
Clint. My brother was Clint Van Zieks. 16 years ago, when I was still just in my teens, he was already the director of prosecutions and a key member of the judiciary. I looked up to him. He was everything I aspired to be.
There's new music too. Interesting.
He was involved in the establishment of justice systems in foreign countries as well. There were exchange programs between Britain and other nations then, too, to share knowledge and ideas. As part of one of those programs, 3 judicial students came to Britain from your homeland, the Empire of Japan.
Oh, if it was 16 years ago, then one of them could have been my father.
Of course, I remember Dr. Mikotoba well.
I had no idea.
I was a minor at the time, training at the prosecutor's office. One day, Clint introduced me to the 3 visiting Nipponese.
So, you've actually met my father.
He and his colleagues were polite and amicable. They were adept at their work and exacting in their standards. It was my first encounter with the Nipponese spirit, and it made a very great impression upon me. But 6 years later, that's when it happened. The investigation was going nowhere. There were no suspects even, just an ever-growing list of victims. And in the end, my brother became one of them. The last, in fact, before the case was finally resolved.
I'm so sorry.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Lord Van Zeeks. Truly.
Clint was always ready to put his life on the line for justice anyway. So he wouldn't have wanted it any other way. He lost his life to the killer, but it was his victory in the end. For me personally, though, it was a great loss. I found myself in a very dark place indeed.
I can see that.
When I finally found out the killer's identity, the reason why no one had been able to catch the man sooner ceased to be such a mystery. He'd been hiding in plain sight all the time.
In plain sight?
Are you aware of political events 10 years ago? It was a period of extremely sensitive diplomacy between the British and Japanese empires.
A new treaty was being forged, I think.
Correct. The Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation was being concluded. The leaders of both countries were deep in extensive political discussions. Which is why this particular killer's appearance in court was conducted as a closed trial.
Was it a Japanese guy that killed his brother? Oh my god. No, say it ain't so.
If the British public had known the identity of the killer, not only would the treaty have been in jeopardy, but our 2 nations could very well have ended up at war.
What? A war between Britain and Japan?
But that would mean... Oh my! You mean to say that the professor was...
Ooh, dun dun dun. Wait, he's
When
walking.
the trial reached its conclusion earlier, I thought to myself, yes, it's time. Time for
okay,
you to
oops.
come face to face with this hideous monster.
Ooh. Okay. I know. He does kind of sound like Batman, though, doesn't he? I think so.
I borrowed the key for the mask from the proprietress of the Waxwork Museum. So see for yourselves
Ooh,
now.
okay.
Confirm it with your own eyes. The truth that's been hidden this past decade.
All right, let's see who it is. Who? Who? Who is it?
That's the professor?
Yes, that's him.
Until now, the thought never even crossed my mind. That the mass murderer, whose crimes shook Britain as never before, was Japanese.
Say it ain't so.
Wait, wait a minute.
Okay.
That face.
Ooh, they know who it is?
I feel as though I've seen it somewhere. It's strangely familiar.
Uh-oh. Was it one of the 3 people that came and visited? Had to have been. Wait, wait. What? Oh no. Oh my god. Okay. Yes? Is it you? Is it you? Oh, oh no.
Father.
Oh, it's his father? Oh no.
Father?
Oh my god. No. Wow. I had no idea. The mask is off. Kazuma-sama?
Kazuma!
Yeah. Oh, so Kazuma-sama.
My
He's-
best friend,
Oh no.
Kazuma Asogi. After a whole year,
Oh no.
finally his memories return.
Yay! Wow, okay. Wow, he's looking dapper. Nice new outfit,
As he stood there
jeez.
before me,
Much better than the school uniform. Does he recognize you?
Ryunosuke.
He looks so cool. And grown up. Oh.
Hello
he's-
again,
Oh, so sad.
my friend.
Oh.
Kazuma-sama!
Judicial Assistant Mikotoba.
Throw away your mask. Throw it away.
It's been a very long road. Thank you.
Is he gonna join them
Thank you for guiding my friend here when I could not.
now?
It was an honor.
Why did he fake his death, though?
I knew you wouldn't die that easily. Kazuma.
I owe you thanks too
Okay.
for taking good care of that in my absence.
Aw.
Oh,
Yeah. He's so beefy. You gotta return the
Karma.
sword now.
the great blade of the Asogi clan, passed down through the generations.
Because everybody brings weapons into court. That's how it works here.
When we left Japan, this sword was at my friend's side. The Japanese man's katana is his soul.
Oh,
He couldn't be parted from it.
okay.
But then, when the incident happened, it was Susato-san's wish that I inherit the sword, and I've kept it with me ever since,
Aw.
along with my memories of the friendship we shared.
Nice,
With this by my side, I always felt that you were watching over me somehow.
Aw. He looks like a prince. Doesn't he look like a prince? Like an anime prince. With that haircut and like the fancy white jacket with the frilly thing in the front. Right?
I've
Yeah.
made it. At last.
Oh, so he's facing his
Father.
evil father.
You're saying, surely not. You mean, you knew all this time? I'm looking at it,
Oh, wow.
but I still can't believe it.
Woo.
This mass murderer is Kazuma's father.
No. Say it ain't so. My goodness. Ah. What? Yeah. I guess these are the real voices, not the Mio voices.
Kazuma-sama.
Wow. Yeah, Mr. Spells is not gonna be happy.
Ryunosuke. We have much to talk about,
Ooh,
but now is not the time.
true. Okay. It's gonna be expensive to fix that.
I'll be seeing you.
I'll be seeing you. What does that mean? Whoa. Okay.
That's all Kazuma said
Ooh, okay. And he just left.
before he turned and left us there in the courtroom.
Don't slice me like you're dead. Oh no. Wow, that was crazy.
Boop, boop, boop.
Boop, 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 it is.
So, he's the living afterimage of the man who took my brother's life, is he?
Yes, Kazuma Asogi, my best friend.
3 months ago, when Lord Strongheart introduced us, I had an inkling there was something there. Some connection.
No, boop, boop. But why did Lord Strongheart do that? Why did he make Kazuma Lord Van Zeek's apprentice? And when he was suffering amnesia, too.
The man was apprehended, even executed. But his legacy just won't die. That's the sad truth. Anyway, that's all I had to say. I thank you for meeting with me, as I asked.
Ooh, a chivalrous bow. Nice. And he vanishes. He truly is Batman.
10 years ago, my grandmother took me to the railway station. We were there to meet my father from the train. For me, it was the first time I'd ever seen him.
Oh, poor Susato-san. All this is tied up with painful memories for her, too. She's never talked about this with me before, though.
It took time to adjust to having father around, but just when I was starting to get used to it, he called me into his study one day. He told me that a great friend of his had passed away in London, and that the friend had left behind a son. A boy, 7 years my senior. Father told me the boy had made a promise to his late father, so he was studying to become a defense lawyer. I wanted to help, so I studied to become a qualified judicial assistant. As I'm sure you've worked out, that young man's name?
Daddy issues? 100%.
Was Kazuma Asogi. So you see, that's how he and I met.
I see. Naruhodo.
For a brief moment, my great friend had returned, only to disappear again all too soon.
True.
But in that fleeting encounter, something stirred.
Something
Something
stirred.
that had been dormant for a long time, as
Okay.
if great wheels had been set in motion.
Ooh.
I could almost hear them creaking into life. In some ways, it was the end of a chapter, but in many, it was the start of a new one.
Ooh, okay. Alright, that's the end of this case. We made it! Whew, lordy. Alright. Yes. Alright, yay! We've saved this case. We finished this case. I will save it here, and then next Sunday we will return with the start of episode 4. Yeah, this one was intense. Okay, at least we uncovered like who actually the professor is, why Van Zeeks hates Japanese people, and then like Kazuma-sama like regained his memories and he's back in the game with us now. Ah, man. Oh yeah, there's
Musical
more.
note: the case has reached its end, but our journey's not over, my friend.
That's right.
With logic, wit, and sleuthing skills, we'll solve mysteries and cure all ills. Though trials may be tough and long, we'll face them together, standing strong.
Nice.
Justice will prevail, that's our aim. In this game of truth, we'll light the flame. Musical note.
Musical note. Nice. Alright, so that's gonna be it for tonight. Yeah, I think there's like 2 more cases in this game. I think. There's either 1 or 2 more cases. We'll get there. I think we'll finish by the end of the year. I hope. That's the plan. Yeah, they're really long. I think it's like 4 hours for like each section. Taking forever. But I enjoyed this one and I'm glad we actually got some like resolution of many questions that I've had. So I'm happy about that. Alright. Who should we raid today? This is a good question. Bye, Sidetricks. Thank you for hanging out. Let me figure out who to raid. I guess we could always raid Carmi. We did raid her recently. She's playing something comfy though, if you want something comfy. Otherwise, there's somebody I know playing. No, there's like horror games. Otherwise, like Divinity is on and doing ASMR chatting, just chatting. But I think I'll just raid Carmi today for something comfy and chill. She's doing something with capybaras, so it's cute. And then... Alright, that'll be good for today. And then I'll be back on Thursday with my regularly scheduled Stardew stream. Sorry I missed Friday. I got a migraine headache and so I wasn't able to do Beat Saber, which was unfortunate. But yeah, today I was good. And then yeah, Thursday I'll be back. So until then, please enjoy your week, have a good rest of your weekend, and I'll see you on Thursday. Alright, bye everyone. Yeah, thank you so much for coming, and thank you so much XSL and Shiro for the resubs. And yeah, oh, thank you Erlingshin. Alright, bye guys. Bye! Bye Razor, bye Saturday, bye everybody. Okay, bye Chris Crystal. Okay, bye!